Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart, heart. Breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors. Shook me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. I have some chest congestion. I'm not feeling 100%, but nonetheless, I'm here with you. And to you all, I say, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome. I think it's the first time I've ever worn this tie on stream. Nom's picked it out for today, for us today.
Oh, boy.
The green, no good.
I did not think about that.
It's all right. It's all good. Absolutely fine. How the heck is it going? A little sick, Zordy, but I'm still on my feet. It's still fine. I don't know. I've been coughing kind of infrequently on and off past few days, and then this morning it's been kind of constant.
Yeah.
Especially coming out of the shower. Like, I don't know why exactly, but coming out of the shower, it was...
Maybe the congestion has loosened.
The congestion has loosened. We should not talk about medical things here. It's disgusting.
I think I have some drugs.
You have some drugs?
I thought I bought someone.
So my jacket here. Don't mind me while I gradually scratch something off my jacket.
Oh, boy.
Is that a nice ASMR sound? That's good. All right.
You need those special microphones that have like
the binaural. Yeah, I don't know how it works. Anyway, no, this is not an ASMR stream. It is strange. I am a doctor. So yeah. So how can I talk about medicine things? I mean, do you know any of the Roman doctors? Is it like Galen? Is he Roman or is he Greek?
He's Roman.
He's Roman. Yeah. Do you know anything about Galen?
No.
I don't know either. Okay, very good.
He's late.
He's late. Okay, you're early.
There are people who work on him. I am not one of him.
Yeah, unfortunate. One of my favorite sections of The Republic, Plato's Big Book, is out of nowhere. He starts arguing about which of the two general theories of medicine are correct. And I barely understand what's happening, and my poor students have no idea what's happening, but I don't tell them about it ahead of time because I want to see what they make of it.
Oh.
And like, oh yes, perhaps there are humors of the body. What is a humor?
It's funny.
I always say like, oh, I talk about comedy here.
It's a funny bone.
It's a funny bone. It's good. All right, so something strange is happening in my chat box sometimes. And I'm not sure why it's happening, but I want to show you. Some of you helped me identify this as stream began, so give me 1 second to pull this one up. But it is the weirdest thing I have ever had happen. And as I'm big in it so you can see it too, you will notice there, for example, the top message, also Axix, happy birthday, Axix.
Hey, birthday.
Yeah, hey, birthday. That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then I said, would you please send a message? These are P, no problem. We then go down, and presumably Fleabum here did nothing but P's. There's a gap.
Oh, boy.
And then Peter Pepper... It's just the letter P, and it's happening really, really erratically. And I recognize, of course, that I could have modified this image so I put little black squares on it, but I swear I didn't.
Oh.
So
this must be very, like, I wonder if Pepper Mga is feeling a threat to their very personhood.
Yeah. I mean, that said, none of the usernames with P's in them have any missing parts. It's only there. Is it blocked by Twitch where PP is a bad word? That's funny. Maybe. That said, something very strange. As the words scroll up the chat box, once they get about halfway up, it then shows up again. So some of you understand computers better than I do. Any guesses what's happening? Just the letter P, just irregularly. But I don't know. That said, I just noticed that my video rendering program is still open. That may be consuming resources. One moment, let me save this, put it away. Go away. Good, I hope that works. So, weird code error. Yeah, I might refresh the chat box, or I'll leave it as is. And at some point today, someone will say something using the word letter P, and then whatever word shows up without the P will be terribly, terribly offensive. I can't think of it like that. Maybe from like power to o'er. You'll say, Resorty, your base has such power. And I'll read it as our bet is deeply, deeply in debt. Yeah, okay, good. Hello to everyone. I'm sorry I did not personally greet anybody today, but you, one and all, I appreciate your being here for sure. And Noms wants a face and a wave. No, this is the problem. Noms is, I mean, if you want to be on stream all the way, you're welcome to.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, see, Noms doesn't exactly like being on camera. I think if Noms were...
Not when I'm not prepared for it.
Not prepared for it, but has to get ready for her people. But I think if you were a streamer, you'd probably be a voice-only streamer.
I don't know.
You don't know,
know
yeah.
if that's the case, because I thanks to COVID, I've been in a bunch of Zoom meetings now.
That is true. That's true. Part of your job every day is to appear on camera and to talk to people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every day.
Not every day. Many days. Yeah. Yeah, you could be a VTuber. This is like the biggest thing these days in the Twitch world, where there's like a digital replacement of yourself.
Oh, yeah, like people look like cats.
Yeah, so if you want to, you could choose a totally different species, or be a different kind of human, or just be a person like yourself, but animated instead of actual.
Yeah.
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 Does that appeal to you at all?
I don't know. I never use the little things on my iPhone.
I mean, we do very infrequently. Back when
As a joke.
When we lived
Yeah,
at distance,
yeah.
occasionally we'd be talking about something and like having a nice conversation about this or that, and then suddenly it would be like, look, I'm an elephant. and or look, I'm a mouse, whichever way. It was fun. It was a fun thing to do, but that's very different when it's a intimate one-on-one conversation versus when it's sort of impersonal, multi-person conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Husband and wife gaming stream or Steam? I think you mean stream. That's not a P missing, it's an R. I mean, we have gamed together on stream before, haven't we?
Like
once. Yeah, like once long ago. We've mostly done cooking streams together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then these chats have been happening while you've been home from work over the winter break.
Yeah.
I mean, I think part of it is we game in very different ways. And so it would need to be a non-cooperative stream. It would have to be like one person is playing and the other person is not commenting on their gameplay at all.
Oh, that sounds pleasant.
I mean, I think I'd be fine with you commenting on my gameplay, but I think I occasionally say things like, "Hey, why don't you deconstruct that?" And this is not welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I do welcome you saying, "Hey, the menu you're supposed to go after is over there on the right." That's nice. That's helpful.
I'm glad I can be a second pair of eyes. Yeah. Now I was playing Assassin's Creed, as we mentioned before, and as you know, in that game, often you are fighting one thing. And then you need to see or deal with something on the other side of the screen, and a little pop-up comes up. It's very hard to see if you're focused on just one fight. Am I backseating? No. I do not say, do this, do that. I say, hey, you might consider...
You're just silently judging from the side.
I'm not silently judging. I'm watching my wife play video games and appreciating the unique strategies she chooses that are unlike my own.
Yeah, which is basically using this finger and pushing the R1 button over and over and over again.
Yeah, definitely the case that until fairly recently, I think you eschewed the stealth side of Assassin's Creed.
No, I didn't mean to. There just weren't any mechanics that early in the game that were stealthy.
Oh, okay.
Now I love sneaking up on people and then assassinating.
I thought you had chosen the path of the pure warrior.
No.
That you had like a giant bludgeon that you were bludgeoning people with.
Oh, that was pretty fun though.
That was pretty fun. Absolutely.
Very slow, but pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knock out wolves with one hit.
Amazing. Yeah. Hopefully you'll game with us at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, it would probably.
I learned how to dodge now. I'm regularly doing that.
That's great.
Instead of just
running away and...
No, that's not running away. That's punch.
Oh, punching. Okay. Yeah. I suspect if we were to play a game on stream, it would not be one of our normal games.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why would you not want to play a RimWorld or a CK3?
I don't know how to play them.
Oh, you could definitely do that.
I mean, I could just kind of click around and some things would happen.
I'm relatively sure that's how you play these games. You just click buttons and say, okay, what that button did was, I think this. And then you click some other button and unpause for a while and say, well, the game is over. Let's try again.
Yeah, I'll say, well, I was busy making tables and then somebody came and ate all my people.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to see you play these games if you want to. I'd be happy to teach you how to play them, but I'm not sure you'd enjoy that. it's not
Yeah.
clear. Anyway, we could play some Assassin's Creed or some other game that I have a cat hair on my microphone. I held up the cat hair so you could see it. I swear it's there, but yeah. Yeah, we play some, like, play some Solitaire maybe. Maybe some Minesweeper.
Oh yeah, mine.
Minesweeper's stressful. Wait, why is Minesweeper stressful?
Because you have to click the right thing, otherwise kablooey.
Okay, so you don't like games where there's like an instantaneous failure condition.
I don't know that I don't like it. It's just stressful.
Okay.
It's just stressful.
A game shouldn't be stressful. You should enjoy yourself. Anyway.
Even shell games are a little stressful.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you get invested in the right way, definitely any game could be stressful.
Oh no, it's stressful because the deer won't eat my food that I give her.
Yes, Noms continues to be enraged with Spiritfarer characters for being insufficiently grateful for the hard work she's performed.
That's right. I give the deer coffee, I give the deer popcorn, and what does she say? I had this yesterday.
That's true.
She's really uppity.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. Hello, Cyberorcal. It's good seeing you. You like the tie? Thank you. I wonder how it will look when we're down the corner. I have not checked this tie previously. Nom picked it out for us today, and I appreciate that. All right. Nom. No, it's not sorry.
No, I'm apologizing to chat.
No. I'm sure at some point someone will say, Resorty, why are you wearing that tie? Resorty, that tie looks terrible. It hurts to look at you. Someone said that last week. It hurts to look at you when you were wearing that shirt. And I responded to that by turning off my camera, because I'm an adult, mature human. Nom's brought you all some show and tell. That's what you all got.
Yeah.
So
that's why I'm here.
No, that's not why you're here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're here to be part of the community and to share a slice of my life with all of them, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. So, I'll give a little bit of prefatory comment, and then you'll take over.
Okay.
So, when we moved to Japan, for the first week or so, we didn't really cook food at home at all. We primarily went to either a local grocery store and bought pre-prepared meals, or we went to a local convenience store, called a kombini, and bought just things that looked interesting to try.
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably didn't know how to turn on the range, and I think we were a little bit afraid to.
Yeah. So the cooktop was confusing to us, and I think I may have said I don't want to burn down this Airbnb.
Yeah.
I mean, we know how to cook at home again, no worry at all. And so initially we were going to the convenience store over and over and over again. And I gradually fell in love with various kind of baked goods. I like the pastries a whole lot. And Nom's tried something very early that I think you thought was heavenly initially.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that's called purin.
Pudding.
Yeah, which is a Japanese pronunciation of...
Pudding.
Pudding, but it's spelled as, in transliteration, Purin. Pudding, right.
You can see how pudding and pudding sounds the same, right?
It does not sound the same.
It sounds very
But
similar.
very similar, yeah. So pudding, Noms loves. Back in the U.S., did you eat a lot of pudding?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. It was just there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Jell-O pudding is all right, but this is different.
Yeah. So how would you distinguish... I guess wait till you show it, and then you can distinguish the two.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Noms fell in love with this pudding stuff. And the first time I saw her eat it, she was over the moon excited. And so I said, what we got to do from now on is make sure there's always pudding in the house. And so when I go to the grocery store by myself during the day, and when she's at work, I will often buy a pudding of some sort. Mm-hmm. And you're always quite surprised and happy. That's very, 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 very nice for me, very affirming for me. But you also like to try many different kinds of the same thing.
Gotta find the best one.
Gotta find the best one. And so Noms is often purchasing ones that just like have a different packaging, or a little larger, a little smaller, etc. And the most common kind that we get her is maybe about this tall and this around, something like that. And they come in a 3-pack, 1, 2, 3, for I believe 89 yen.
I think it's 98.
98 yen? Okay, so I inverted the numbers. But less than 100 yen, or fewer than 100 yen. And, for 3 of them, of that size. Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that acceptable setup?
Yeah.
Would that take over then, or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're we call them pudding or pudding, but I think it's more they're like the bottom part of the creme brulee, really,
Sure.
is what they are, I think. So they're a lot firmer, and somebody said flan. They're essentially flan, right? So, yeah. And what's nice is in Japan, you're supposed to invert the cup on your plate, and then there's a little tab hole, and that creates a hole which makes air, like, right? So there's no vacuum anymore. There's air in the top, and then your little pudding, plop, falls onto your plate, and then you take off the container, and you have this lovely dessert on your plate.
Yeah, it looks like a restaurant dessert at
Yeah,
home.
yeah. It looks totally like you got flan at the restaurant.
I'm offering you center stage if you'd like it.
No. We're just gonna.
There's no one on stage.
This
This
is-
is the space left
You know
for
what? You know what? Which one should I show them first?
Let's start with the big one.
Okay.
No, the big one.
The big one. So this is one that you can commonly find in the stores.
So it's about
I don't know, 2 inches across.
yeah, 2 inches across and a tiny bit taller also than the ones I mentioned previously.
Yeah. So this is yeah, like it's the larger individual size. You will see that it is labeled big
That's
on
right
the top.
here.
See, it's oh boy, shiny. It's shiny.
Big.
It's big because
Big.
it's the bigger one.
Yeah, and you have to talk about layers there, or
Yeah, so the bottom becomes the top. So when you invert it on your little plate, that little what do you call that sauce? It's like this caramel sauce drizzles across the thing, right? Very lovely.
And then
very
you see
lovely.
there's a little tab here, and this is the tab that you break off to let oxygen or air in to push it
just
down.
oxygen.
Just pure oxygen for mine. So the big size.
Yeah, that's big size pudding.
All right, very good. Called pudding here.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. Pudding pudding, it says on the side.
Cool.
Okay, and then I saw this product at 7-Eleven recently, this week, and so I had to get it, mostly because I wanted to show it to you all,
That's right. At the store, she bought it for you.
for you, so you can enjoy it. It's this big. It's this big.
The big one.
I don't know who this is for, but it's really big.
And this one's called Big. This one is labeled instead as
Happy.
it is labeled as the happy
Happy.
size. The happy size.
You would think it would be called family size, but it's not. It's just
Yeah.
called the happy
It is
size.
definitely not labeled as family in any meaningful sense, but there you go. When you're having a bad day, you get the happy size.
It's giant.
Yeah, I think this is something that really struck me about Japan, because I think we were told over and over again, Japanese serving sizes are so small.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were told that we'd often end a meal feeling hungry because of how little food is served.
Yeah. People have to order 2 burgers or something like that.
Exactly right, and this is just, I think, outrightly false.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there have been not a single time we've gone to a restaurant or cooked up a prepackaged one serving size, and we haven't had enough food there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I wonder if historically that was true, but
could be.
recently, like the influence of we'll call it American style eating has influenced this place also, or entered this place.
Yeah.
But
There is a place locally called 10 Fingers Burger Bar.
Yes, 10 fingers, yeah.
for your burger, but you can get an 8-finger burger or a 6-finger burger.
yeah, and the standard thing we say here is these are definitely Japanese fingers.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I can hold, I assume the 10 finger with like 2 fingers probably.
That's 3.
2 fingers.
Yeah.
I often think of the thumb as not a finger.
Yeah, but if it's called 10 fingers,
What?
it's not called 8 fingers.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah. Huh. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe the 10-fingered one is for the 6-fingered man.
Maybe so. He killed my father.
Prepare to die.
Prepared to die. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm glad you all enjoyed seeing that. I think it's something I like about you. It's something I do not do terribly well, but you do. Which is when you are out and about, you often see cool things and say, "Oh, Stream would love to hear about that," or "Stream would love to see that." I think it's only when we're like intentionally going to like a very special place that I think, "Oh, I should take pictures for Stream."
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're always on for it. I should perhaps hire you as like my stream manager,
I should be your social media manager.
my social media manager. Yeah, definitely some streamers who are a little inept at that kind of thing will hire someone to pretend to be them on Twitter and other media to like put out consistent content that is meant to be engaging.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a concern about this more with like standard social media, like Facebook,
Yeah.
I do have a concern that then people are always
Yeah.
thinking about, like, your experience of the world is always mediated by, can I turn this into content?
Yeah, yeah, and not just for like the explicit content creator or streamer, but even the person who just
yeah.
posts things on Facebook or Instagram is then
Yeah.
thinking, is this thing Instagrammable? How do I create this as a funny Facebook story? How do I collapse this to 140 characters on
Yeah.
Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really fine point, and I'm glad we don't do that generally. But there are times definitely when I'll come to stream and say, "Oh man, I saw something this weekend." Don't remember. Sorry. So I should probably create a notebook and keep little lists of things for you all. That'd be good.
Yeah, I know someone who's a social media. I should ask her if she's always like
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
thinking about posts.
What industry does she work in? In what industry does she work?
Education.
Education. Okay. Yeah. I thought that's what you were talking about, but I thought
Yeah.
I thought you knew someone who was like a influencer at a big Twitch channel. Who knows?
I mean, yeah, I know a lot of people.
You know a lot of people. Big important.
through that Facebook there.
That Facebook there does give you a lot of people. Yeah, Noms tends to be opposed to like dramatic and gossipy groups. That's true, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think now Facebook is now curating my content, so it's mostly like a chill positivity.
Right.
People being like, "Hey, Happy New Year! This is a photo of my family." Like, there's just no drama on my Facebook.
Except you are part of this one group from her undergrad. It's a alumnus group from her undergrad of people who like graduated in the 1940s through the present day.
Oh yeah.
And it occasionally gets a little bit ridiculous in there. People have like way too much education and way too much free time and want to talk about the issues of the day. And
or not.
right.
Just like, this is a non-issue, but let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's make this a huge issue. Or my son's teacher said this one word in class. How much of a big deal should we make on this one? Huge.
Should I take this? I think it's, how should I take this to the principal?
Exactly
Yeah.
right. Yeah, it's not. It's worth complaining about.
Yeah.
The AITA questions on Reddit. But instead, I'm going to make a big deal of this. How do I make the biggest possible deal?
Or is it worth making a big deal? But
Yeah.
I think it's also I think this group is also like self-cognizant or kind of ironic a little bit. So it's also making fun of how much it tends to overanalyze everything.
Yeah, it's very much this is our school kind of behavior.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm delighted occasionally when you'll say like, "Here, I want to show you this nonsense from my group." And I often think like, wait, you people must have something better to do than this. But no.
No, some of them are retired, I'm sure.
Is that what your retirement will be like? Complaining on the internet?
No.
Will you start the Noms rant show? You'll be in just chatting all the time. And every day you'll say, "Hello, you know what really grinds my gears?"
Yeah, this is Noms from the nursing home.
Exactly right. Live from the St. Martin's Nursing Return
And
Community.
then my CNA will come in and be like, "It's time for your pills." And I'll be like, "Lucy, say hello." and Lucy will say, "I don't want to be on stream." And I'll say, "But Lucy," and then I'll turn the camera on.
That's
her.
good. That's good.
Yeah.
You will definitely not get in any trouble for doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll walk around trolling people with my camera, or I'll wheel around.
I like this. We should definitely get you set up so you know how to run your Twitch before I die.
I'm sure by that point no, I'll just use Facebook Live. That's what I'll be doing. I'll be on my phone using Facebook Live all
This is
day
perfect.
long.
Yeah, I like this idea very, very much. I mean, I do wonder how, as people who are really comfortable with internet things and with life online do get older, how will it change the presentation of sites like Twitch?
Yeah.
Will it still be kind of a gaming community, or will there be more and more people who are just chatting and hanging out and showing the views from all around the world?
Yeah, every single time they come up with a website that's like, "Here, look at a random place from around the world," just so that you can see what a different place looks like, they don't take off. I don't know why. There have been a few of those attempts where it's like people just put a camera in their window and then like you can look and see what life in, I don't know, Nepal looks like or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe part of it, because I've seen some of those sites before where it's really just like a random street or a random beach or whatever with no commentary, is after a while you realize that every place is just kind of boring, right? Like, you've watched the thousands of people walking by in Shibuya Square. After a while, it becomes, it's just thousands of people walking by Shibuya Square. And so it can be very peaceful and relaxing to watch a view from a mountaintop in Nepal. But after a while, it's just, it's more of that.
Yeah.
That's been my experience, at
Yeah.
least. For you?
I think there is actually a Twitch stream that, I think it's just automated. I don't think anybody actually runs it, but it's like, it streams videos from, like, someone walking around Tokyo or something.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of YouTube videos of a guy who has got like a camera on a chest pack, I think, and he really just walks through Tokyo, taking videos. Like, here's an entire route from this train station to that train station, walking through as many streets as possible. And it really is just the sounds of the streets. And so I think those are then played on Twitch on a loop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They're really cool. I mean, I think that kind of thing I find somewhat more engaging because more of the situation changes consistently. But yeah. So that I really enjoyed. And I think there are probably videos like that for lots of places, not just Tokyo. But I think we watched some of the Tokyo ones because we're like, oh, what's this neighborhood like? We can go live there without having to actually go to that neighborhood over and over again. Yeah. I don't think we've talked recently about our favorite Twitch channel of all time.
I thought it was Resorty.
Well, of course. I mean, when Resorty's offline, though, who are you going to watch instead?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
His name is Mikey.
Oh, Mikey.
Mikey.
I wasn't sure whether we're supposed to talk about the existence of other Twitch. As your social media manager,
Yeah, that's right.
I must insist that you not hype other people's streams on yours.
So to be honest, I can't.
Unless you're tagging them to get more eyeballs on yours.
Oh, this is good.
This is
Right.
how it works.
Hey, Mikey, I talked you up. Can you talk me up now? Love it. I mean, so truthfully, like, I know you're not being serious right now, but I've never had a rule in my channel about don't talk of other streamers. Some people do have a really strong bright line on this, and I think my rule has always just been, please do not actively hype someone else who's on and invite viewers to go to their channel right now.
It's like I should go into your classroom and be like, hey, I am teaching right now next door, and guess what we're doing?
Yeah.
We're playing a game.
Exactly right.
Resorty just talks. We're playing games.
Yeah, it's strange because I think that often new little baby streamers are just desperate to get any buy-in, any interest at all, and so they read one of the best ways to get interest, especially in like stable streams who play the same game over and over that you're playing, is to become part of that community, and then the streamer and you will eventually realize that you both stream, and then maybe they'll host you or raid you, and some of the viewers from the larger streamer will then also enjoy your content and will hang out. This is all cool. It's totally above board. It's called making friends. Awesome. But I think occasionally people want this to go as fast as possible, want to like sort of jump the queue. And so they think that like making friends and allowing the other people to see that you're a streamer too means go into the channel and say, hey guys, I'm live right now. Come see my stream. Right? And so that's the one thing that I'm against. But if people come in and say like, hey, I was watching Cringer this morning play this game, and he did this, or, somewhere where like, I like Dolphin Chemist, or like, awesome, totally cool, no problem. As long as it's not like the whole stream. Like, if the only thing chat gives me all day long is here are other streamers who are better than you, it might be a little hit to the confidence. Yeah, I mean, that said, so this Mikey guy, I actually can't remember his real Twitch name, but it is Mikey something. And
it's spelled a little odd, because I think the Mikey conventionally spelled was taken, I think. So
I think that's right.
Oddly, I don't remember how it's spelled.
Yeah, but what does he do? If you wanna tell me about
Yeah, he's a bike messenger, or an bike Uber messenger.
Yeah, I think he used to be a bike messenger who would take papers from law firm to law firm.
Yeah.
But apparently during COVID, this really dropped off. And so he pivoted over to delivering food instead.
Yeah.
And so part of his stream, of course, is like picking up food at various restaurants, and part is delivering it. Yeah. But the part that we like the most
is him biking around. Actually, I think when he delivers it, he actually stops us because the person would have to consent to be appeared.
Yeah. So I think he often will leave his camera at the bicycle and then go deliver it and then come back in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think the coolest part is he is biking through New York City.
Yeah.
And
he has a little map and the side.
right. So you can
the
track him as he
corner so you can
goes.
see where he is.
Yeah, and occasionally people do go and try to like find
Oh
him.
yeah, yeah.
and
They
talk
try
with
to
him.
like bike with him, but they can't keep up.
That's true, because he's way too fast and like knows exactly where he's going.
Yeah.
And I think he's like relatively good at following traffic conventions.
Yeah.
But he's also just ridiculously fast. So
Yeah.
like the walking through Tokyo videos are these meditative, peaceful, look at the diversity of humanity here. Mikey's rides are like breakneck speed, dodging, at a rate of pace I would never be able to maintain
Yeah,
myself.
and he'll like flip back from like being on the street to the sidewalk, or
Yeah, bike lanes, not bike lanes. It's quite impressive. It's like music going. It's very high energy.
Yeah.
So that's a stream we watch occasionally together.
Yeah.
Not so much as we moved here.
Yeah, I
but
was gonna say it's probably not on our time anymore.
probably so.
Yeah.
I think he was mostly in the afternoons and evenings in U.S. time. I'm not sure on that though. Yeah. There you go. So normally at this point, I would do the standard conversational thing, which is I would take what the story I've just told and said, do you have any similar stories? Are there any Twitch streams you like? But I'm not going to ask that question.
Leave your answer in the comments.
Leave your answer in the comments. Like, comment, subscribe. Yeah, I wonder who the first person is on YouTube who came up with the articulation, like, comment, subscribe. Because those could have gone in a different order.
Oh, sure.
And
some people say, click that little heart button in the corner.
Yeah, make
or
sure-
like right up here.
Tap
right?
that bell. Yeah, I wonder how, like, tap that bell for notifications.
That totally sounds like a euphemism. Too.
Fun.
Yeah.
But I always wonder, like, how do these standard idioms take off? Because one person had to say it first,
Yeah.
presumably.
Yeah.
And then it worked as like a marketing tactic, I guess. And then people said, okay, I'm not just going to say, if you'd please subscribe to my channel, I'd appreciate it. But instead you say, like, comment, subscribe. To the point there's now like a throwaway line that I think we just ignore when we listen to a video.
Yeah, just like paper or plastic.
Yeah, like we said yesterday, paper, plastic, or these other sort of set phrases that are used so often they're basically meaningless now. Yeah,
I've noticed that innovative and creative as a phrase has been showing up. It's been popping up here and there more and more.
Innovative and creative.
Yeah, it rhymes, it's kind of cute. Yeah.
Is this said of a person or an idea? I've not heard this before, at least not that I've recognized.
Yeah, it's something that one of my colleagues at my last institution used to say, and then now I've heard people saying it here, and like they don't know it.
Okay.
So I think it's kind of in fear.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know, like, so I work at educational institutions, but I'm curious to know whether it's grabbing from like Silicon Valley or some sort of from tech or from business or something.
Yeah, back when we were pure professors, before you started doing the administration thing, I think that we would complain about like the businessification of higher ed.
Yeah.
The thought that the people who run schools are not teachers, they're manager class, et cetera, et cetera. We don't argue that way anymore because...
I don't know. Sometimes I worry that that higher ed is going to HE double hockey stick.
Absolutely right. HE double hockey sticks.
Oh yeah, I learned that in high school.
It's very nice. So were you allowed to say that under certain conditions that you wouldn't be allowed to say the hell word?
Oh no, I learned it from high school because of the local radio station that would say HE double hockey stick.
Oh, so it's permissible to broadcast.
I guess so.
I see.
Yeah,
because I've always wondered with those kind of like explicit euphemisms, not the replacement of like hell with heck, but the ones that like really spell out the word. Do anyone's parents or teachers actually permit them to use that word?
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I think
apparently the FCC let them.
FCC allows it because people can't spell.
Yeah, I think FCC might also allow hell.
They may. Yeah, I don't know.
It may not be considered a curse.
Yeah. I mean, Carlin had that old routine about the 7 or something words that you weren't allowed to say on the radio. Yeah. And I think
thought you said Cartman at first.
Yes, that excellent comedian Eric Cartman. Now George Carlin had that, and I think he was actually arrested for obscenity for performing it in public over radio broadcast, something like that. Yeah. I mean, the idea of being arrested for obscenity feels very old timey. It wasn't that long ago, though.
Yeah.
I wonder here if there are any rules on public expression of vulgarity.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out this business with Japanese curse words. Because, as you know, I've been watching Alice in Borderland.
Oh, you have? Oh, no, this is the problem. Because the one thing I love about Nam's, I don't want to say most of all, but one thing I really like about Nam's and her Japanese skills is though she is quite proficient in Japanese, she does not know any Japanese curse words. Zero. And so I think often when someone who is more competent in language is teaching a beginner, they say, "Tee tell me the dirty words." I think even I said that to her when I was learning my Japanese initially. And her response was, "I don't know any." And now...
I'm still, like, I will look at the subtitles, and when there's a curse word in the subtitle, I'll listen for it. It's not a word that I would identify as a curse word. So I need to do some research into this, see what is defined as a curse word in Japanese, or a vulgarity.
Okay, so you're saying that in the subtitle it's translated into English as one of the stronger curse words.
Yeah.
But the word in Japanese is like, "I dislike you."
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the example I'm thinking about is, like, there was a word that was translated as the S word.
Sure.
And then,
Shit.
yeah.
Okay.
This is a family stream.
I've never said that. I've never said that.
But you told you chastised me for using that other word the other day.
I think that's mostly a joke. But no, you're welcome to... the use mention distinction, I think, is the important thing here.
Okay.
We're mentioning a word. We're saying this is what it is, but...
Yes.
Yeah, fine.
So it was translated as the S word in English.
Yeah.
But the Japanese word, I don't know if it's actually a curse word. I need to look into this more. Like I said, it's like trash.
Yeah.
Or like, yeah.
I need to cough briefly. Excuse me. Yeah. So, is it possible this word trash has like a stronger signification when applied to people?
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Is it stronger than I understand it to be in its particular usage, or are there just fewer curse words? Or something?
So as I'm walking out and you call after me, "Resorty, put out the trash," you're actually cursing terribly. All the neighbors are so offended.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the standard word for trash. It's kind of a worse word. It's a trashier word for trash. It's not gomi. Gomi is just trash. Yeah. Kusu or kuzu. Yeah.
That's the naughtier version.
Yeah, that's the one that was translated into the S word.
Yeah. So would you use that first word at all?
No, just because it's not part of my regular vocabulary. Like, yeah.
Interesting.
Gomi is like what you're, like, the garbage areas. That's what it's labeled as. Like, you'll walk down the street and they'll say, "Please don't put things in front of the garbage area," and it'll say gomi.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, English has similar kinds of gradations of like trash words, but none of them strike me as being outrightly offensive. There's like a dirtier word, or I hate to say it, a lower class word. I don't know.
Yeah.
My leavings.
Yeah, like a good a literal translation might be something like wastrel, right? Which means waste.
Yeah.
But you apply it to people.
Yeah, I can't imagine outside of like Shakespeare.
Yeah.
You wastrel, have at thee.
Yeah. So I don't know. This is something I'm still learning more about.
Are you going to Google dirty words in Japanese and then realize that the majority of your vocabulary is actually vulgar and you've been cursing at people all day long?
No. But there is somebody at work who is more truly bilingual than I am. And he has talked about, like, "Oh, we should introduce you to dirty words," or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
so there must be some. I mean, that they're translated into English as curse words.
Yeah. Interesting. Would you ever have need of the equivalent of English curse words in Japanese?
No.
I mean, I can imagine someone, not you, in a high-power negotiation, like, "Stop with that BS, wham." Now, this is not really Japanese negotiation style.
No.
But you also negotiate with Americans.
Then why wouldn't I speak in English?
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Okay, fine.
I think when I am using Japanese at work, it's usually like in a work context. So I don't think I would be cursing in that context.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, maybe if I start joining some groups here where there are more casual groups, then maybe I'll need to learn some appropriate curse words for deployment.
Yeah, or the other way. Like, you might be at like a board game night and someone gets frustrated and swears in Japanese, and you could then like say, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What's the word you said? And though it's the case that they are like intentionally cursing and you're really asking, what is it you mean? They'll read it as like you're a humorless scold who's trying to embarrass them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's that dirty
Excuse
word?
me?
Excuse me, exactly right. Hey, Sir Jonathan Charles, thank you for the resub for 2 days in a row. Occasionally, Twitch does allow multiple resubscription messages on 1 month. It's always very strange when that happens, but thank you for 6 months yesterday and 7 months today. Very generous of you for sure, for sure, for sure. Did that pop up? I didn't see that pop up. Let me see if it actually did. I should see if this thing is working correctly before we get too deep in the old stream. Huh? Oh, there it is. There it is. It did pop up. I just missed it entirely. Thank you. And there you are. Me throwing that old tie over the head. That's a tie I no longer have.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a tie that was lost in the stream crisis. It's a nice one. It's red, white, and blue. I'd wear it for the 4th of July. Exactly. Yeah, probably buy a new one. Anyway. Any more stories I'd like to share today?
No, I'm worried my pom-pom pern is starting to melt over.
Mad Scientist, good seeing you, my friend. Yeah, I mean, we should take those back up to the fridge, probably.
Yeah. They do get liquidier and liquidier as they get warm.
They do. The last thing to mention, though, is you mentioned this mid-stream yesterday, but possibly people at the beginning of the stream didn't hear, which is...
What?
You are done with your syllabuses.
Yay!
Yeah, you recall that yesterday when you left, you said, oh gosh, have to go do my syllabus, how will I ever get it done? Mm-hmm. And it's done.
It's done.
How do you feel about this?
Okay. I still have other things I need to do to prepare the class.
That's true. It is just words on paper. You can't just go in there and give them that and then hope it works out.
Yeah, now I have to make a Canvas site to go with it.
Yeah, this is
which is something that has changed in my time in the profession.
Yeah, back in your day,
you just walk in with the syllabus on the first day that you copied 30 minutes before class started.
I still do that part. And you have like your grade book, and you record things on paper. But now the students want 24/7 access to their scores online, so they can pull them up and look through, and then get ready to challenge them, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't, and to a certain extent, I don't actually know if it's partly it's the students, but I also know that this happens in like high schools and junior highs and elementary schools where the parents are on that, and so the parents know every single time a student gets grade, they have access to that and they can get notifications so they know how their son or daughter or NB person is doing in school.
Very PC of you. Well done.
Yeah.
So because of that, you can't take the paper once you got an F and add a little line here and make it into an A.
That's right.
Yeah, it's too bad. That's too bad.
So I wonder how much of it is driven by that. I wonder how many parents are actually monitoring their students' grades, even in college.
I think that's something that you've said you're very surprised by, or it's been a big thing you've noticed in the past decade or so, is the degree to which parents are now directly involved in the college education process.
Yeah. When I started, I didn't hear from many parents, and then it was always like, have you signed the FERPA release? Or we can't talk to you because student did not sign the FERPA.
Yeah, FERPA release. So FERPA is Federal Educational... Record Protection Privacy Act, right? This is one that says that when it's similar to HIPAA in medical care, right? So your educational material can only be released to the person who is ascribed to, the student themselves, and then to anyone they allow. For example, an employer maybe, or their parents if they say you can do so. Yeah.
Different schools take different tactics on that. Sure. So some schools are pretty. Like, when students come to new student registration, they're like, here's your FERPA release, and in front of the parent, they give it to them and say, if you want your parent to have access or, like, to be able to talk to us about your grades, sign this. Yeah. And so some schools give it to students at a time where they're with their parents. Which,
and they might feel coerced.
Yeah. And some schools just don't mention it at all, right?
Yeah, I think I've mentioned on stream before years ago that when I was an undergraduate, I was one day sitting in my department chair's office having a meeting and his phone rang, and he picked up the phone and it was someone who said like, I'm little Timmy's mother and you gave him a bad and he hung up. And I thought that was an amazing moment and I wanted that, and but by the time that I was a professor myself, unfortunately no parents ever reached out to me at all.
Yeah, I think now it's happening in graduate school too. I think
Wait, really?
Yeah, I think it is starting to creep into graduate school.
That's ridiculous.
So that's interesting. And this is interesting. Jim Iconius also just said that they had a parent call them at work, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that since I was a youngster, there was often phrase about like helicopter parents, right? These people who would like hover over their children's lives, making sure that the child was watched over. And then came the phrase of
Snowplow.
Yeah, snowplow parents, where the parent would go out in front of the kid and push all the obstacles out of the way. And I don't know what it is now. It often seems like
just the snowplow is going into like the future.
Yeah, it's often it seems like it's just the parents doing thing and like kind of dragging the kid along, and the kid isn't particularly interested in doing any of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how far back this goes, but I think both of us have had students that say, "Well, I don't really want to major in blah, but my parents want me to, so maybe I can do a second major else that I'm interested in."
Yeah, and that's often framed as because my parents are paying for this, they either do or should have an absolute say on what I'm doing here. And I think that's often, at least the what I hear about why parents believe they should have access to their students' records, because they're paying for the grade, thus they should see they're getting a good return on their payment.
Oh, yeah, I haven't experienced it quite like that. It's mostly been like, I am concerned about my child.
I think,
which I think is actually a little bit more problematic.
Yeah, so
right?
I think this is the story that the students tell me. I've never talked to a parent about it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think where you get the parent
I
side
get the
more.
parent directly.
Yeah, I think for me it's always the students say it's financial primarily. But yeah, I mean kids can definitely lie, parents can care, all true. I think though with college we tend to say, and I was told on my first like week as a first year undergrad, you are now adults. And I feel like this bright line between one's childhood ending at high school and one's adulthood beginning in college is just not there anymore.
Yeah, and it depends on the college, but a lot of times they don't live there, right?
Sure.
So I think that's kind of where the line is that you don't live with your parents anymore.
Yeah.
And so they can't tell you when to go to sleep or when to wake up or...
Yeah, that said, as we talked about though, I've had so many students recently who say like, my best friend is my mother. Mm-hmm. I talk to her on the phone every single day for hours. When I'm out of class, I'm on the FaceTime, we're talking again. I don't want to say it's bad. Like, it's just definitely different from when I went to school. And I think you also, like for me, one thing that was important in deciding where to go for college was, is it next door to my family? Mm-hmm. Not because I hated my family, but just because I wanted distance to figure out who I was and what was important to me. And I didn't think it would happen if I had consistent communication with the people who taught me my earliest values and beliefs and so on. Mm-hmm. And I think many students today, or at least many students that I've had today, are much less interested in that like early adulthood as being a period of rupture from the family.
Yeah, I wonder to what extent it's financial now too, right? So it's cheaper if you live at home.
True.
So,
yeah.
But another interesting thing that comes up too is depending on the state, the age of adulthood is a little bit different. So in some states, age of adulthood is 18.
Yeah.
Where so you will have
temporarily.
Where so you will have some students that are first years that are actually not adults. We learned this during COVID, actually, because there were some students who wanted to get vaccinated, but their parents opposed it. But they had to get their parents' consent to be able to receive it.
Is that because they were 17?
Yeah, because they were too young.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know that much about like the legal status of children. And I mean, I think the standard line put forward by Judge Richard Posner is that under the law, children are just property, but property that you're not allowed to destroy legally. Mm-hmm. And so really you got to determine just about everything about the kiddo, and that's that.
Oh, property you can't dismantle as opposed to the property that you have in Assassin's Creed that you want to dismantle?
Exactly right. I mean, I think it's like, this pen belongs to me. And so if I want to snap this pen right now, no one can tell me not to. But children, legally speaking, according to Posner, are just property also, but you cannot destroy the property. Other than that, yeah. So, yeah, you say kudos to me, you wouldn't want to be a teacher. I mean, though we're talking right now about kind of a big change. We're talking about a way in which over our careers, how long has it been? I got my PhD in 15, I guess.
Mine was 07.
Your PhD was 07, yeah. So you've been in the game a lot longer than I have, definitely. But yeah, I've been teaching over the course of a decade or so.
Yeah, I've been teaching since, I mean, if you include grad school, 2001.
That's right. I've been teaching since 08 in grad school. But yeah, so over the course of 15 or so years, things definitely change. And I think it's really easy for me to take on the conservative move that says things are getting worse. Like students are in a worse position because they aren't fully independent of their parents. I want to resist that, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that there are a lot of students who didn't get support, didn't have support back in the day because their parents weren't involved or the institutions didn't care as much as we do now about students.
I think it's not that institutions didn't care about students. I think it's the meaning of what it was to care about students has changed substantially.
Yeah, what's interesting is especially among the faculty, those who have been working for a few decades are still in that moment where they're like, I show that I care by not bailing them out.
Yeah, yeah, because they believe that the students will learn resilience or they'll learn how to bounce back from failures. And this is a growth moment. It is good you have failed my course because next time through, you know what you have to do. Yeah. And now for some folks, I think the idea of giving a negative outcome as encouragement is just absolutely foreign.
Yeah, and I think there's also a recognition that a negative outcome costs a lot of money to
That is true. That is true. Yeah, and I think, I'm someone who's never given a passing grade where it's not deserved in some sense. But, I think about cases like Vietnam, of course, where if people failed out of school, they would go and die in the war machine. Yeah. And a lot of professors really struggled with that. Which is more important, academic rigor and the sanctity of grades or people's lives, potentially. Yeah. Now, we're not in that case today where people are going to directly die, but there's so many other elements. Like you said, direct cost of tuition is one. But also, we know now that people who have college degrees in general have better outcomes financially in life. There are more high-paying jobs available to them. And so, I start worrying by failing a student in this moment, am I potentially part of what is consigning them to a life that might not be as full of possibilities as otherwise?
Yeah.
And on the one hand, I could just say, don't do that, right? I could say, no, all you're worried about here is just the score. What comes after that, that's on them.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's changed over the last decade or two, right? Is that faculty are now a little bit more cognizant about kind of these consequences. Yeah, at least my undergrad, and I think yours too, there is one tuition payment, and it's a flat rate regardless of how many credits you do. Right. Yeah. And I think that's not necessarily the case at all of the schools I'm taught at.
It's true. It's true.
So I think that also influences how students are affected by grades and how faculty then assign grades, right?
Yeah. And I think, what you said about faculty being more cognizant of the consequences of bad grades, pardon me. I think faculty are also more cognizant intentionally about the complexity of student lives.
Yeah.
Are you backing off because you're worried you're sick?
Yes. when you make me sick, I'm sick for a month.
Yeah, Noms does not get sick in general. And then I moved in, and you began to get sick more regularly.
Yeah, it's like when people have children and they get sick because their children bring something home from daycare.
But this is the thing, I don't leave the house.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting this stuff in.
So what I've come to believe on this one is that you bring the filth into the house, and I get sick from it, and then it strengthens itself in my body, and then it goes to you in a stronger form that wears down your defenses.
Yeah, because your health is more diffuse.
Right, I'm a larger person. I only have so much health that's diffuse across my body. Are you gonna sleep tonight with your mouth covered?
No, we have masks in the house.
do-
I can just wear a mask.
I have to wear a mask to bed. Absolutely.
I just wear a mask all day long.
Well, what I was saying though is, I think faculty and staff and everyone in the college experience now know that students have much more complicated lives than they did previously, and so I think when I was a student, there's often a sense that one should be a student. Period. Like any identity you had outside of a studenthood is directly contrary to and directly challenging your ability to do well in school. So it was very uncommon when I was a student to have a job or to go home regularly on the weekends.
People did that at my school.
Did they at your school?
But,
okay, yeah.
But they typically had one job, and it was often on campus.
That's right, yeah.
And they would go home on the weekend, like, to help with harvest.
To help with harvest. I love it. I love schools in agricultural areas. Yeah, I think, the last school I taught at...
Mom's ninja. That's...
At the last school I taught at, like, definitely was the case that, like students would work 40-hour-a-week jobs. Yeah. And be a student also. And so they'd say, like, hey, man... They'd say man to be the professor. They would not say that. They'd say, hey, Professor Resorti, I don't have enough time to do all the class reading because of my job. And like a traditional response to that would be, then you are not fulfilling the obligations of this course. You don't earn a good grade. Then you're unable to be a student with that kind of setup.
Yeah, or it's your decision.
It's your right. You've chosen this, and like I recognize that as then like a simplification of the account because. There probably are some people who say, I can do this simultaneously, I want to make a lot of money, and I want to get my degree. Cool. But for so many other students, it's a case of the only way I can pay for college is if I have this full-time job. You know, the only way in which my parents can keep their house if I'm sending money home every month. It's just complicated, and it may have always been complicated, but I think faculty care about the complication now. In a way they didn't previously.
I mean, I think COVID was part of it because then you actually saw where your students were living.
Yeah, definitely so. I think that we were so shocked to read in the Chronicle that, one thing people recognized is not everyone had stable internet at home.
And so, stable homes.
Or stable homes, for that matter, right? Yeah. So people would be calling into their Zoom classes from the McDonald's parking lot or from a public library or lots of other places. Where for a lot of people, the being at college experience is the one moment of stability in their life.
Yeah, there's a really good article that was in the New York Times where they talked to a professor from, I think, maybe Swarthmore or something. And she realized that some of her students, when they went home when COVID broke, like there was one student who went to their family's second home and decided to, like... be there for the entirety of COVID, right? To have a whole guest house all to themselves. Yeah. And then there was another student in the same class who like didn't have stable housing and was like in a car for class.
Yeah. I think this is, one of the important things about the classroom or the student residence hall experience is it at least minimizes some of the disparity. Yeah. The disparity is still there. There's still differences in like preparation and nutrition, all the other things, but it's not obvious at every moment.
Yeah, my undergrad had one fee for all student activities, and most of the most things were covered by students. So yeah. That also kind of evened it out where people weren't concerned too much about can I afford to do this thing, this social activity, because most of the activity of the school centered on like things that were done by the school as opposed to things that were off campus.
Right. So we're a student who's more wealthy would be able to afford to go to a concert if it was in the community, and a poor student wouldn't be able to. It was just for everyone who's there. Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah. That's really cool. We got a question. Has there been grade inflation over the years? Average GPA has gone up. Is that because students are more diligent, because courses are easier, or both?
It's really hard to say. I think people anecdotally say, "Oh yes, we have more grade inflation today," but I don't know.
Real quick, would you define grade inflation?
More people get a higher grade. Like more people in your class get a higher grade.
Right. So stereotypically, the average grade of a class is a C minus. I think when we were learning grades in like kindergarten, A is for excellent, B is for good, C is for average.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is the case now that the average score across all classes is,
I don't know.
yeah, it's a B plus. It's
Okay.
a B plus if you look at all the schools across the U.S.
So if you get a B, you're actually below average.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, and so there has been objectively a shift up on these things.
has there? Okay.
And it's actually, in large measure, the Ivy League schools. They're dragging it up.
That's true.
Yeah, Michael Sandel, who teaches philosophy at Harvard, has suggested...
You're such a Michael Sandel fanboy.
I'm such a Sandel fanboy. I think he is like right on about so many things philosophically, practically, politically, etc. But yeah, he is definitely someone who is convinced that part of what's wrong with elite schools is that students go in with elite expectations, and part of the expectations are you earn an A, period.
Yeah.
And Sandel has said that he's come under significant criticism for trying to hold the line on that and maintain a C as the average score. But
I wonder if he's a pain in the side of his administrators.
oh, surely. Yeah, so the expectation of what grade is acceptable to earn, I think, has also changed significantly. Where I think I've told stories before about, like, I've had students who have earned A minuses on an essay and have come to argue out that, no, they really deserve 100%.
Oh, yeah. A minus students are the worst.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily, I mean, it's not their fault particularly, because they're like, I'm so close to an A, and I'm an A student. Well,
Yeah.
let me see if I can get that A.
Yeah, and the worst of it, I mentioned before, I had a student who was the best student in class, and I ended up curving an assignment because the majority of students done very, very poorly. And she was furious. It was not enough for her to get an A. The other students had to fail. and that's the only time, my response to that's the only time I ever got called to the dean's office, because I snapped back at her, don't worry, you'll get your reward in heaven. Because, I mean, it's Augustine's argument, right? Augustine's argument is that part of the joy of heaven is seeing the sinners burn down below. Do Not Exist said at their school in Ivy, students will drop the class instead of getting C's. Yeah, exactly. It is strange. I think, again, historically, the C was acceptable. It is a passing score.
Gentleman C.
The gentleman's C, right? You made a good effort, you showed up, you did your best, and so we'll just get you through this.
Yeah.
My best friend in graduate school managed to complete an entire major on gentleman's C's.
Minor,
It was a minor, the minor, right?
Yeah.
In his major, he ended up with B's, but yeah, a minor on purely gentleman's C's. And,
I mean, I think there's been some I don't know if it's great inflation, especially over the past 2 years, because I think faculty have been trying to be really understanding, and administration has asked them to be understanding of COVID situations.
Sure.
So I think there's been some of that, especially.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah. Sandel's most recent book, what is it called? The Tyranny of Merit. The Tyranny of Merit. What's happened to the common
This
good.
is now turned into book club.
Welcome to book club.
Should that be a directory?
It probably should be.
Book
Yeah.
club.
No, I'm not going to encourage y'all to read it, but he argues, I think pretty persuasively, that we often think that the people who don't do so well in merit-based systems, so people who go to college, for instance, and fail out, have absolutely terrible lives. They're the losers of the game of higher ed. But he argues that the winners, the people who have like consistently gotten A's and scholarships, et cetera, is someone who has a great life. But he suggests they're wounded winners. That this process of always doing well and needing the perfect score or feeling absolute failure sets up unreasonable expectations for the entirety of life. And so they're unable to accept and deal with earning the A minus or earning the C. And that's very sad.
That's interesting, because I think there's also a tale that is running concurrent to that one, which is you can drop out of college and start a business in your garage.
Yeah.
Who needs college?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's always amazing when students will come to us and say things like, I have a good idea for an app. I'm gonna drop out now. I had a really brilliant student who called me some years back and said, I have this app that will work inside of the metaverse and that will, allow someone to play games in the metaverse. I want to drop out and go do this. And I was like, yeah, people do drop out and do ridiculously good things. And the question is, are you that person? And if you want to try it, I mean, awesome. And yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying any way that people without degrees don't have good and fulfilling lives and can't be successful. It's just on general with the sociological trends. If you're speaking financially exclusively, people with degrees do tend to do better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although someone talked about apprenticeship earlier, right? Like,
yeah. Speaking of other books, the book Shop Class is Soulcraft.
I should just bring these books and then I can show them next to your head.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great book written by a political philosophy PhD from University of Chicago. One of those real winners, someone who's absolutely brilliant. And he realized that though he had devoted his entire life to the study of philosophy and higher ed and the elite things in life, he wasn't making any actual difference. And he realized that so much of society was focused in the way of jobs that don't really matter. And he thought what we've lost as a society is appreciation and value for jobs that require manual labor. And so he ended up leaving, I think, a professorship or a fellowship and started working as a motorcycle mechanic instead.
Yes, this is Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, the nonfiction version.
It is, yeah. So it's that book, Reset Nonfiction, and part of that book is people in the trades, being electricians, construction workers, etc., have good lives, have good money, have stable families and traditionally pensions, but what they don't have.
I was going to say, and have more permanent skills.
And more permanent skills. Yeah, but often what they don't have is esteem. Right? There's this awful sense that says, if you haven't gone to college, you are a failure as a person. Right? You made some terrible, terrible mistake. And he thinks this is one of the worst things we do because while it is very nice to be able to argue about democracy and civilization, if you're not having people make the rooms in which you can argue about these things, it's just not possible to do it safely. Right?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, where we trot out Germany, right? Where they have a very long-standing apprenticeship system.
Yeah, and it tracks, right? This breaking apart of the pure academic track and the more technical track, I believe. And that has problems of its own, but the appreciation of manual labor-based work is something that our society historically has not been great at. Yeah. Hey, Water, thank you for the kind comment. Good luck with watching the stream, for sure.
There have been I've noticed degree, they're talking about degree inflation right now. I've noticed it a little bit where it seems like for entry-level jobs, more and more people have masters.
Sure. Yeah, and there's some entry-level jobs that's required.
Yeah.
And so, right, this is a really simplified story that's much more complicated, but traditionally, you needed to have an apprenticeship, right? You need to learn the skill from a master. And then gradually it became you have to have a high school degree to get the job. And then you have to get the college degree. And I mean, I think it's silly, but you can see how that continues going, where preference is given to the person with the master's degree. And some of these programs, I'm actually not sure what they teach that couldn't be learned on the job instead. This is one of my big critiques of contemporary higher ed is the work of initial training that often happened in one's first few years at a job instead is expected to be done with the student paying for it at college.
Yeah, I'm not sure college is like that either.
Oh,
right?
sure.
Colleges are like, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, but I think the moment that higher ed started telling itself and telling its students what employers are looking for is, and we teach the employers that, that is a huge problem.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the interesting thing about Japan and the Japan labor market. Yeah. Is that everybody assumes that you will be spending the first X number of months on your job being trained. Yeah. On how to work for that company.
Yeah. They assume even if you have degrees and experience and all the rest, you don't know how to do it for themselves, right? For them, rather. And so you have to start at blank slate and be trained up. And if you don't do a good job, it's not on you and your individual failings, but instead on the company and you together. Because they didn't train you right. Yeah. And this is why in Japan, as we've mentioned before, there's an expectation that you tend to stay with one company throughout your whole career because they're your family. They've raised you. They've made you who you are, which is so different from the kind of mercenary conception of employment we see in the U.S.
Yeah, and there's also kind of this respect/fear for HR at Japanese companies that there isn't in the States, right? Because at a lot of those companies, HR moves people.
Yeah.
Right. So they don't really care what your area is, but they might move you within the same company, depending on whether like whether it's a good fit for you or whether it's your turn to get like whether you've demonstrated that you should go up to the next level or things like that. So HR in Japanese companies can have a lot of power.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And you said there's often not much attention to the things that we would say matter most from the American perspective of credentials and experience and so on. The standard story here is the very first minister of like technology and online stuff in Japan had never used a computer when he was appointed. And like, it's a ridiculous story. Of course, very, very funny, but this kind of thing happens in many other places.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because I think, coming out of like the American system, I always think, okay, what are the skills needed? Yeah. Who has the skills for this job? But it could be like, it's an interesting conception to say, we're going to hire the person and then we'll train them for the job because we believe that this person is trainable and like can do any job that we train them to do.
Yeah. It's a different perspective for sure.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I think it's worth consideration.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly, I think, law programs have long known this, right? That the aim of the LSAT is to show that you have the ability to score on the LSAT. The aim of law school is to help you do well in the law school, and then when you finally get an appointment as a lawyer, then you learn how to be a lawyer. Which I think
You're
is
like, oh, I have to write this contract now. What?
Yeah, and certainly it's the case that the legal profession I think, was one of the last ones to have this big push for credentialism. I think there are even now one or two states in the U.S. where you can sit for the bar and become an attorney with no Juris Doctorate. Yeah, that's a striking kind of change for sure. Yeah. So credentialist inflation was back in the 70s also. That's amazing. I think I assumed it was a product of the 80s, but I mean, I think both of us, though we are deeply enmeshed in higher education, we're both somewhat skeptical of the role it plays in society today. And possibly the role it's always played.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
The second you said that, I was like, we have a particular idea about how it worked in the past, but every time you look, it actually turns out not to be the case.
Yeah, and like the answer to the question of what is higher ed for consistently changes, right? The question of, is it for the elites to continue being elites? Is it for the conception of the citizen and their knowledge of how to engage with political issues? Is it for employability, et cetera, et cetera? And yeah, I think when you look at the good old days from this perspective today, it often is just hey, let's ensure the rich people get to continue being rich people and hang out with people like themselves. This is why, for a very long time, even the elite schools in the East, or maybe explicitly the elite schools in the East, wouldn't let Jewish people in. Even very high-performing academically, Jewish people and African Americans were just excluded simply because of that fact.
Right.
And so if you don't have access to these elite schools, are you being cut off from some portion of society? And this is not only an American problem, right? This can be found in the UK, where the private boarding schools that you go to as a youth might determine a lot about your life. Yeah,
I think that was something that, living in the Midwest, I was and also not having children, I was happy to be like separate from.
Sure.
Where I know that in some of the big cities, especially in New York, like where you get your child into kindergarten determines so much, because it determines where they can go to junior high and high school and college and
and that's insane.
Super
absolutely insane. And so I think, though I'm really resistant to college entrance examinations, I see the value of them, because I think what they say is, independently of where you went to school, if you have the abilities to do well in this exam, you can then make a jump in level of prestige. Where if you're merely evaluating on prestige all the way through, as well as performance within prestige, let's say like an A from Boston Latin is worth so much more than an A from some local Nebraska school, then the person who starts in Nebraska is always at a disadvantage for something that's absolutely random, the birth lottery. None of us say, I want to be born out of that womb. If we did, we'd probably all choose different. Not all. Some of us would definitely choose different wombs.
Yeah, that's just an interesting way to put it.
Wait, how do you mean?
I'm just imagining these little, like, babies, right? Being like, which one do I want? Oh, I want that lady. Or not even that lady. Ooh, that womb.
maybe
It's just a funny cartoon in my head.
maybe
Funny
they use the
image.
word womb is weird. I'm not
yeah,
sure,
yeah,
but no, I think like birth lottery is a real fact about the world, and
Yeah.
when you start thinking about it, you don't just think about what else you would want, but also like how unbelievably lucky you are to be born where you are, because
Yeah.
it makes you who you are, etc. And I think it's one of those problems of like being able to consider ourselves as beings, right? Where I think like the kitty cat does not say, "Oh boy, I could have been a different kitty cat," where the human can say, "Oh boy, I could have been someone radically different."
Fritz is like, I could have been thin.
Poor Fritz.
I could have been so attractive
I
and
mean,
thin.
had Fritz not been abandoned by his mother, she was hostile to him as a little kitten, he probably would have, he probably would have been a very different cat who would not be quite so needy. Poor buddy.
Well, speaking of Nams's book club, there is a book that I haven't read on this topic called The Other Wes Moore, where there's a guy named Wes Moore, and he meets another guy named Wes Moore who has a very different life,
Yeah.
a much worse life. And so it's about that, I think.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated by the people who have the same name as I do, because like names are purely contingent in some way, and so there are people who have the same name that I do that do radically different jobs, live in radically different places, and I wonder what would happen if you tried to go find all people with your name and just see what they're like, and that book apparently does that.
Yeah, I feel like This American Life also did a call for all of the people with some name.
Some years back, maybe like last year, maybe or 2 years ago, I think there was some like online event of the forum, like
I'm
let's
starting
get
to feel a little bit paranoid here.
like let's find everyone who has some very, very common name like John or George or something, and let's all meet in a giant field and beat each other up, and the winner gets to be like the best of the Johns. This is a poorly remembered story, but there's something
The
like
best of the John sounds like we're talking about a toilet.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't you remember this, or am I making up a story? If I'm making up a story, I should turn this into fiction and write it up. You do remember that? It is a real thing. It's a real thing. Thank
Okay,
goodness.
I'm like, is it gonna have a terrible ending, like an apocalypse? Is it like a
It was Josh's.
dystopian?
Josh's, thank you. No, it was a real thing, and I think it was a very like silly and fun thing, and it may have happened during COVID, and so it might it may have been one of these like everything seems really really terrible, everything seems really really challenging, and so let's have a bit of fun with this. And so I think that maybe it was like people with like pool noodles possibly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they weren't like fist fighting.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. Like they were like beating each other up. I'm like,
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay, that's terrible.
Yeah, not literally. I think there were no blood and guts or anything. I think it was just like
I was envisioning like it was like my Assassin's Creed, you
Yeah.
know.
right. No, I think it was play fighting, and people were very good sports about it,
Okay.
and so it was a moment of wholesomeness. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Dumb question. When I use the word higher education, what do I mean? You're absolutely right that the higher implies a lower also. I think when it's used in our context in the U.S., it just means any schooling that happens after the compulsory schooling, after mandatory schooling at grade 12, which is age 16, 17, 18, something like that. Yeah? Higher education, anything beyond that.
I think of it as post-secondary.
Yeah, I think they're the same
Yeah.
thing. So the problem
16 is like sophomore.
16 sophomore, right? So after
Yeah.
age 17 or 18, which is required in most cases under law. Things beyond that, though, is what's about higher. But yeah, so I think it's just temporally farther along, thus higher.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think
Like,
there's definitely.
I think you are actually using, like, in your gestures, you are saying higher education.
Oh yeah. No, so I think it's
Like,
meant to be used that way.
Kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, yeah.
Yeah, but metaphorically, it is a higher and lower in that way, and so I think it may have a baked-in kind of qualitative judgment that college is better in some way than high school. I'm not sure. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also interesting because this is, like, we're talking about the U.S. system. But,
Sure.
But, the U.K. system is, like, completely different, too.
Sure, absolutely, and they're
Yeah.
all different. And I wish I knew about all of them, but I know about this much of Japanese school systems, and this much of German systems, and this much of UK, and then this much of the US, and I wish I had this much of absolutely everything if it were possible. Now, this is one of those topics we could talk about literally forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been involved in higher ed, college and stuff for such a long time that we have some fairly strong opinions. As I think
But nuance.
But nuance, that's right. We don't just bang on about the administrators bad, philosophy good. I may occasionally bang on that way.
Well, a lot of philosophers end up in administration. So
It
what do
is
you make
true.
of that one? Then?
They've abandoned the cause.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sure,
they
sure.
were once good and right, and they got seduced by money like the sophists. Fine. Anyway, should we say goodbye now?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm putting my mask on here because there's no ventilation and you're spewing all over the place.
Spewing?
Oh.
Again, I do sleep next to you, so if I'm actually ill and emitting contamination to the sky, I think you're probably already
Time
ill.
to turn on the whole house ventilation system.
We do have that. Like,
Yeah. I don't know how it works at all, but
Yeah, it like pumps air through the whole house all at once, and like outside through the sky, and yeah, I think it's meant to avoid mold or something. But I don't think I've seen these regularly in the U.S., but they are super common here in Japan.
yeah.
That said, I'd prefer if you wouldn't do it during stream because it's very noisy in this room.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the big pull-in intake, I guess, is over there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep, there you go.
Huh.
All right,
Good to know.
good to know. Have a good day.
Okay.
We'll be hearing you playing Assassin's Creed soon.
I don't know.
We'll
I
see.
don't know what I'm doing except putting my pudding back in the.
All right, very good, and
Okay.
thank you, and see you again
Bye-bye.
real soon.
Bye, guys.
There you go. Nams is gone. It's just us again. Optional quest. Thank you for the resubscription. I appreciate it. Thank you all for some very nice conversation today. I have to say, anytime we're in just chatting and it goes that way, it's not just story time, but there's like back and forth conversation. Feels very, very good. So thank you for playing along and not just tolerating, but also contributing to the chit chat today. Now, though, we return to a little game we've been playing called Dwarf Fortress. And I'm excited for that. I'm very glad to see how today's playthrough goes. It's the like 7th or 8th day of this particular playthrough, and we'll go and pull it up here. You'll see on the left-hand side of your screen, we have today's specific goals. Every day I've been setting goals, every day we've been accomplishing some of them, and I hope that continues today. So once again, the top item on the list is I need to get us some coal, or just declare war on the elves. We're still between those two opportunities, those two options, and I think we'll hit autumn today and see if the little dwarf friends bring us coal. And if they don't, I'll have to ask for coal for next season. Now, with that said, I actually don't remember what we promised to make for our dwarf friends in the past year. Do any of you remember? Like every year they say, we sure would like to buy whatever, and I have no idea what it was at all. Hey, thanks for the follow, Water. I appreciate it. It's good to have you here. More just chatting tomorrow, I'm sure. Speaking of tomorrow, friends, tomorrow is Football Manager Day. Pretty excited for that one for sure. It's important some coal. Expand the mountain entrance. Yes, my big goal today, the big goal as far as building and digging goes, is I would love to put our tavern in and a militia fighting area in at the very top of the mountain in our second entrance. That will happen today. Beyond that, we're still working on the ranged militia. Finish well. Oh yeah, yesterday we found water. We dug down into a light aquifer, which gradually spews out just a tiny bit of water, and it is now standing water that we can pull up from below inside of our hospital. And that way they will always have water available for treating people, even if we have an extended siege against us. Figure out soap. This is where the stream ended yesterday, was I recognized that we didn't have any soap inside the hospital, so people were getting ill, or getting infections rather, on their wounds, and I didn't know how to fix them. And so some of you suggested we need to get ourselves some lovely soap going. So that's one of those other goals. We'll see how it goes. I can check what they asked for from the world map. Cool, I'll definitely check that out straight away. I'm looking for coal flux, either one. I've been told that bituminous coal does exist in the game, maybe on my tile. So far we've not found it, but we'll continue digging around down below. I think yesterday we dug down to level 30 for the first time ever. Today I might like to go a little bit lower, or perhaps just try to clear out level 30 some and see what we find there. I think at level 30 we found dolomite again. I don't know how far down the sedimentary level goes. Maybe some of you know. But I'm really curious to see what we end up finding the farther down we dig. This is our base. This right here is the outside area. Yesterday we had a bit of an issue. Some goblins came forth wanting to parley with our mayor, and the mayor got thirsty halfway out there and wandered home. And then also our troop standing right here got thirsty, and so I brought a bunch of food and drink upstairs here, and they wouldn't use it happily because they didn't have tables or chairs nearby at which to sit and sup. So I'm hoping today to make this area right here into a secondary dining hall so that our militia members have a place to eat and drink when they're on duty. We did finish also the fortification line all the way around. So far, we have not fired a single, not one, a single arrow from our crossbows, or a bolt from our crossbow, because I couldn't quite figure out how to get them to use arrows yesterday, but today we'll surely figure that out. Can chat help me with making soap? Yeah, I actually was told yesterday how to do it. I just need to actually get it done. I was told at the very end of stream. The militia will not eat their MREs. I have been told that if you give your militia members backpacks, they'll bring snacks along with them. Unfortunately, I was only told this and only learned this while my militia was already here and the goblins were actively attacking. So it was a little too late. I think we started making some backpacks yesterday, and I'm hoping it's the case that our little friends find them. There's in the bags area here. Okay. So the word backpack is not showing up. I wonder if it's called something else, like a bindle? Isn't a bindle what stereotypically a hobo would carry? I believe so. But no, not a bindle. Camp. We'll see if we made them somewhere else. So on the militia page, this is the group I care about the most right now. Yeah, over here in Backpackville, they seem to have nothing currently. I'm going to go ahead and modify the general job here. Wait, can you modify it? I always struggle with this quite a bit. This is not modify, this is create a different outfit. If we go to assign uniform, this is just showing us what uniforms are already made. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and modify one of these and then apply it to everyone except for the Mighty Axeman. So, that's not our button. So, we want to modify you. Oh, did it again. So, we want to modify you to include... I'm not seeing a button for assign a backpack. Unless a backpack counts as being like body wear because you wear it on your body over your clothes. Is that true? No. Am I right in thinking then that you don't have to assign backpacks and they'll go looking for them automatically? Or is it a shield? It's not a shield. Is it a weapon? It is not a weapon. So my current guess is they'll go find backpacks on their own when they're no longer on duty. Hope that is the case. Now, have we actually set up to make backpacks of some sort? If so, they're at the very bottom of the queue. Water skins and backpacks. So it looks like we have made some water skins. We've yet to make any of the backpacks. We may have run out of leather entirely. Let's see if that is true. If we have run out, we'll definitely find other leather somewhere else. Yeah, so nothing is called leather here. Do we have skins? Or skins listed as body parts, perhaps? Body parts? Body parts! There we go. Lots of shells. So many shells. Holy cow. We gotta use these shells for something. I think I stopped making these with shells earlier because I was worried about the elves hating us, but we just have too many. Just way too many. And then lots of skulls and bones for little puppies there, but I'm not seeing any skin at all. There is one stray dog skin down there. Okie dokie. So I would like to find a way to find more leather. Now, I think it is the case we have some hunters who have been heading out and shooting at yaks especially, and that's getting us some leather, but not as much as we'd like. So let's find a way to get ourselves a little bit more leather. There is a question about Crusader Kings 3 Succession. Oh boy. How do you get one of your people to change their heir if it's an heir of the wrong dynasty? Yes. Yes. Okay, so the reason you're asking this is because if all of your titles belong to someone not of your dynasty, they then will cause the game over, right? That's a really complicated question because there's so many ways to do it. So one thing to do is to look at the list of heirs for what title you care about and figure out how far down is the person who is of your dynasty, and then kill the people in between. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to see if your succession rules have something that would override the current succession. So, for example, if the person who is first in line is like your 15th cousin, but not of your dynasty, you can then say, okay, well, we're playing as primogeniture. And so if we have a son, that person will then get the title instead. And those are the two big obvious answers. Either kill those in between you and your dynasty, or produce people in whatever way who are between the two. I hope that helps. If it doesn't help, over on Discord, there's a Paradox channel. If you put more detail there, surely someone will help you, and if they don't, I will after stream. Kaizor, thank you for the follow. How's it going? With my little brief detour into CKville did not throw us off too much. The what on earth was I doing? That did help. Very cool. Very cool. I have no idea what I was doing. I was talking about tables and chairs. Let's go work on the well. No, I want to do that. So this is the spot of the well. We go down, down, down the hole. You see there's water farther and farther down. And yes, currently the water is level 3 of 7. I'll be curious to see how far up it fills. I think if it fills to 7 of 7, then that means that this tile is an aquifer and the one above it may be also. But we can see the one above it is not an aquifer. So maybe the one below instead? I don't know. We'll find out eventually how that's going to go. All right, they're dying. Cool. We can't build the well yet, though, because I think we don't have a chain done. I think we tried this at the end of stream yesterday, and it didn't quite work. Yeah. No access to chain. Make a workshop first. Where are chains made? I was assuming they're made here. Is that false? This is smelter, sorry. I thought it was made here, rather. Make iron chain. So if I put that at the very top of the list, I'm fairly sure oh, there's already one. Wait. Iron chain. So there is an iron chain there. Maybe it's the case that little dwarves can't stand on the staircase to put the well in, or maybe the well needs open access on all sides. Because it did say when I was putting it in that needs chain, no access to chain. I'm going to dig out just this part here and see what happens. We try to place it after that's done. And I'd like it to get done super fast, so we'll set it as the highest priority. Cool. Someone's coming right away. All right, what else have we done recently? We blocked this area off because we found the way to make the well. Previously, this was our water source. Now it's not needed as much, I think. Hope that will work. Other than that, making soap. So yesterday we created this thing, which is the ashery. The ashery allows us to produce lye, which is needed for soap making. So I don't know what goes into lye yet. Isn't there a song that goes lie la lie psh? 1970s maybe? Is it Simon and Garfunkel? Possibly. We need to make some lie la lie. So put on the grand work queue here, and we'll learn how lye is created. So potash is made from lye. Oh, it's part of the Boxer. That's a great song. That's a really great song. I like the original quite a bit. There's also a version of the Boxer by Mumford & Sons. That band with what's it called? A mandolin in every possible song. Make lye already exists, actually, factually. And I have it set as a one-time order. So presumably ash is turned into lye at the ashery. So we need to figure out, where does one get ash? And do we already have it? We don't. Okay. This machine here makes charcoal. I wonder if it also makes ash. It does. I kind of assume that ash would be a byproduct of making charcoal, but I guess not. So we'll set up a big job to ensure we have ash availability. I am very much enjoying the process of figuring out how all the different workshops fit together. It does feel a tiny little bit factorio-y, but that's fine. So under conditions, we have fewer than 1 ash. We'll then make 10, 20, 50. I have no idea. Let's change both these to 50 and see what happens. So Leonardo, good to see you, says they may have finished making the chain, but not available quite yet. Okay, so is there a period between when an item is made and it's able to be used? Can constructors not take items out of workshops? Do they have to be in stockpiles first? There's definitely a chain there that's been there for a while now. So let's see. All right, sides have been opened. Can we now make the well? We can. So I don't know if the issue was I had to open up that area or just the chain wasn't quite available for whatever reason. But let us create our first ever well. So many pieces and parts, but there it goes. And I will go ahead and dig the rest of this out as well. Get rid of some of that magnetite. And I'm still on highest level, so I'm going to put it on at 4 again. Dead dogs. A human diplomat has arrived. Ooh. I don't think we've done much in the way of diplomacy with humans. I love, however, this human pikeman, who I assume is defending the diplomat, is walking through the field of filth. They've killed so many goblins. Will they kill us? All right. The Baroness meets with a human chancellor named Pum Catocul. Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. It's such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. Is he then going to say it'd be a shame if something happened to it? Okay. There's much to share. So Civilization's world info. We can go see what the humans do, what we know about them now. And that's it. Are there other things that can be done when diplomats arrive, or are they just those very brief conversations in which you share knowledge about the world? Which, I mean, they tell us stuff about the humans. We're in yellow somewhere. Here we are. Those are goblins. Gray is human? Alright, so I don't know what exactly we are learning in those pop-ups. But we now know that the little castle here, can we zoom in on that? No, we can't. Little castle here, a human castle of Regned Tricked, has 10 people living there, and there's some artifacts and things to read and so on. But all I can do is raid it, and I don't want to raid it. This is a goblin place with 60 people. Probably not. This one's 100. No, thank you. 75. Previously, I thought there was a spot that had a very low number of goblins that perhaps you could go visit and take their things. But it seems now that all the goblin fort... Oh, here we go. A kobold fortress of fancy horror. Like I said previously, I thought kobolds were tiny little creatures that are very easy to defeat, but I don't know if I should be importing my World of Warcraft knowledge into this game. Because only 10 kobolds does not feel so bad. That said, I'm guessing if I raid them, then all of kobold kind will be against us. I don't want that. We already have the problem with the goblins being against us. So having looked at the world map, we now return to our own home once more. Alright. Goodbye, human friend. And now that we have lie happening, allegedly, is the Ashery online? So this thing does allow general work orders also. It may have just not updated quite yet to say that it is making my ash. Yeah, hasn't started yet, but surely it will real soon. We'll come back and check on that again pretty soon. Okay, other than that, I would like to go look at our second floor here. Finally someone's not staying in this corner. So for a long time, exciting. For a long time, this corner here was having a character just standing in it, and so I could not build it. Very annoying. However, speaking of annoying, the were-zebra Silbath Ko Nu has come. A very large zebra twisted into humanoid form. It's crazed for blood and flesh. Its eyes glow golden yellow. Now I'll know why we fear the night. So it is a full moon, and so that is definitely a time when were creatures show up. I wonder if it's the same one we met previously. There was a were zebra who attacked us. We wounded it a fair amount, but by the time that we had finished wounding it, it turned back into a human. And we tried to chase after it and kill it, but it left the game map. And that was very, very, very annoying, very disappointing. So I think someone said previously that the were zebra character was probably a human guard from one of the diplomats or merchants. So I wonder if this is the exact same one as before. Let's check and see. Yeah. I suspect this person is part of the human delegation. And so I kind of sort of wonder then, will they attack their fellow humans? Or are they just standing alone out here? Does anybody know for sure? Would we have gotten an announcement wherever this character is? Or are we only getting the announcement here because it's within sight of our base? So there are some humans here. Also a dwarf administrator. This dwarf administrator is not one of mine, I'm fairly sure. Is that true? How do I see who you belong to? I don't think you're mine. No clue, no clue, no clue. If I check on where zebra kills, I can see if it killed my fisher dwarf. Awesome. Killed. Like kind of history, maybe? It's a she. I believe it's the case that the prior were-dwarf was a he. Memories. No memories. So, kill. There it is. Killed 3 folks. A human, a goblin, a goblin. So, no, it's not the one that attacked us before. Okay, this character is from the Shield of Iron Squad. That is our squad. So, he's full of armor while also doing work, apparently. Okay, so definitely some friendly little dwarves are outside right now. I'm hoping this human pike person and my dwarf will fight fiercely together. I wish we had a little bit more notice. We didn't quite get that, though. So I'm going to slam shut the northern gate, I believe. Actually, no, why would I do that? If there are any folks outside who need to hide, I should leave the northern gate open. I think I'll just leave both gates open then, so I can get more militia outside. Okay. I'm very lucky that both of my groups are set at ready right now. I actually don't know why I did that, but that means they're all wearing their armor currently. So, militia folk, I would like you to station here. Station means they engage on anyone who is hostile. So possibly they can run this way and fight by himself. You're a professional mace dwarf and skilled with your shield, so maybe you'll fight well against this monstrosity all by yourself. Kind of doubt it, but we'll see. Do my little archer friends have bolts? Some might. So do you? You have a quiver on. The quiver does not have any bolts. Unfortunate. Let's check the other ones who have something, or have nothing here. Wrong button. You. You also have no bolts. I thought we'd figured it out yesterday. I am correct that this right here has bolts, correct? Has ammo, rather. Well, once again with the crossbows clubs, it seems. I know I put some bolts on the floor right here, so they do have bolts available to them. They just haven't equipped them for whatever reason yet. We'll figure that out after this fight for sure. Alright, so I would like my archer friends to get on the wall here and hope that any of them have some arrows. So you're going to stand up on the wall. Cool. Okay. Let's go ahead and advance time just briefly. I want to see what this dwarf does in particular. Oh, I didn't burrow. So the other dwarves are going to hang outside and try to work. We do not want that during a fight. So, burrow for civilians. Yes. Oh no. What are you doing, bookkeeper? What are you doing? Alright, so the bookkeeper has decided that he is in conflict. I believe I assigned you to the burrow. And you are not ready to fight, my friend. Are you like a heroic type? High social awareness, high kinesthetic sense. Then run away. I can't directly order this person to do anything, I'm fairly sure. So, hopefully the Mace Dwarf comes and save you. He's documented the Were Zebra. One Were Zebra. Alright, and so it is the case that my Mace Dwarf's going to help. They're standing in the same tile now. Stunned. That's not an injury, thank goodness. And the Were Dwarf bleeding. Wow. So the bookkeeper has done something of value. Can figure out what it is exactly. Anyone know which one's more recent and which one's... I think this is more recent. So, or this is less recent, rather. The Were Zebra grabs the bookkeeper. Buddy, its right upper claw. So grabbing is happening. More grabbing in the shoe. That's terrible. Charging is happening. Over and over again, the Were Zebra is missed. But the bookkeeper punches the zebra in the tail. Do tails have fat? Maybe it's the fat at the very top of the tail where it attaches in. And the bookkeeper scratches the Were Zebra in the head. The bookkeeper bites the Were Zebra. Holy cow. Is this bookkeeper secretly a WWE superstar? Nope. So, dabbling biter, dabbling wrestler. Keep at it, brother man. And the worst of this is that the pikeman has not gotten involved. I cannot just stand by. This might require an answer. He feels vengeful while joining an existing conflict. So, are you actually fighting from this angle, or are you still one step away? Mace Dwarf. The Mace Dwarf bashes the Were Zebra in the upper arm, bruising the muscle. The force twists the head, tearing the skin. Again, the Were Zebra has basically missed everyone over and over again. Why? I thought you were a horrifying creature. Poor kinesthetic sense. Does that mean it's like it's knows it has big claws but doesn't know how to use them? Advance a little bit more. Hey, the pikeman is finally coming. Why is the bookkeeper out here fighting? So the Were Zebra spawned right here, and the bookkeeper was right here, and I ordered him to go into the burrow, but for whatever reason, he just came running wildly to attack. I wish he'd gone inside. Is Were Zebra running, or everyone's still healthy? Okay, so the bookkeeper has disengaged successfully. It is now Mace Dwarf on Were Zebra. He's terrified now. So the Were Zebra has stunned someone and is back on the bookkeeper. The pikeman apparently is part of the battle. but hasn't done a darn thing. And the rest of the militia is coming, perhaps? Mark's dwarves are getting onto the walls very, very, very slowly. Does this Mark's dwarf have arrows? Has a straight puppy skull. Can you throw that at the enemy? Okay. Because my mace or my ranged dwarves do not have any arrows, I'm gonna invite them to go use their their little weapons as clubs instead. Kill, kill, kill. And the same thing with the melee folks. Just come kill, kill, kill. Save the bookkeeper, if you please. Okay. Forward again. We're seeing over and over disengagement by Libash here. Is he intentionally disengaging, or is he getting knocked back over and over again? The bookkeeper bites again. The bookkeeper jumps away. Are you a ninja? This is amazing. I don't understand how they're moving and like why they're choosing their directions, but it's going very well so far. Mace Dwarf is still healthy. So too is the Were-Zebra. Presumably the pikeman is now fighting also. Bookkeeper, no! So the Were-Zebra jumps on top of our little Mace Dwarf, and someone is saying they're injured. Is that someone the Were-Zebra? Oh, yes it is! Oh, yes it is! Blood is everywhere. Perfectly healthy. I mean, no injuries at all. Oh, nothing going. His right lower arm is bruised. You're doing fine. Keep swinging, everybody. This Mace Dwarf probably gets to have like a special title. A shoe is on the ground now. Is that a problem? Where did that shoe come from? I think someone's shoe may have just broken mid-combat. Is that true? Pikeman's involved also. The human pikeman is now puncturing and punching, doing all it can. Little bookkeeper friend, let's try to read and see. Have you lost a foot or something? The bookkeeper is still biting wildly. And our Mace Dwarf, I see nothing about a shoe, so I don't know where it came from, but wherever it is, I'm sure this is fine. Oh, bottom message most recent. Okay, I got backwards on that, sorry. The bottom is most recent. The bookkeeper latches on firmly. Is that with his teeth? Like, is he just holding on with his teeth and swinging wildly back and forth? Oh, disgusting. Little werewolf friend. Tendons are torn. The Were-Zebras improved their observation. That was satisfying. Good. So he's well aware now that the bookkeeper is hanging off of him. And the Mace Dwarf here improved his macing. He did not enjoy that fact. Alright. Whammo, whammo, whammo. Okay, the bookkeeper is now heavily bleeding. I was told previously that the wear is passed along via biting, correct? So if his character's been bitten, they need to die. So have you been bitten? It's health description. Head is cut open. Foot is bruised. His head is running with blood. Middle spine is bruised. So the head wound, where that came from. Can we establish that? The Were-Zebra grabs. The Were-Zebra bites the bookkeeper in the head, tearing the muscle. Is this guaranteed? Like, is it a 100% chance that if a bite goes through, it counts as you are now infected? Or is there a possibility of it not being the case? Like, if it's guaranteed, I'll just get rid of him. If there's a possibility that he won't be a were creature, I'll keep him around. Poor bookkeeper. Poor sweet bookkeeper. Running! Running! I kind of want you to die on the battlefield so that we can, remember you the hero, not as someone who attacked us. The Mace Dwarf improved his macing. Accomplished now. We could lock him into a room to see. Once more, the swinging, the swinging. Heavily bleeding, enraged at everyone. Keep attacking. Keep attacking, all of you. Oh no, the bookkeeper is set upon again. Wait, only bleeding, not heavily bleeding. Finally, my other dwarfs come to help. Finally, finally, finally. If Bite tears the flesh, he's definitely infected. Okay. Because he's a hero, we could try to quarantine him. So I think my only question with quarantine is how do we guarantee he gets food and such? Alert, alert! Oh no. Oh, wait. Okay. The game jumped in a way I thought someone else had died. But no, this is terrible. He died. Our beloved friend is no more. Oh, cruel world. Real quick, we need a new bookkeeper then. Alright. Thicket the Broker, expert record keeper. I believe the record keeper has to live in the, in his office. So I don't think we want our broker to be that person also. You're a clerk. I wonder what else you do beyond clerking. Clerking. Let's check and see. His name is, however you pronounce that, A. Blah, blah, blah. So, naming. He's just a clerk. I really wonder, like, what kind of skills do you have if you're just a clerk? And what has he been doing so far if, again, he's just a clerk? He also feels vengeful while fighting? I wonder what that means. Hopefully people aren't fist fighting inside the temple. Talented record keeper. I believe you've been selected. Oh, he's legendary something also. That's right, he is flashing, isn't he? We should see what that is before we consign him to life of sitting at a desk. Legendary student. Legendary reader. Hopefully enjoys reading columns of lists of things inside the base. All right. So you, my friend, get to be a new bookkeeper. Maybe the bookkeeper must also learn how to fight. As right now, he has no study downstairs. He's working at a library. We don't have a library yet. Yeah, he's a brilliant person who might teach us well, but this is the manager's office, which is terrible quality. I believe this one here is the bookkeeper's office. Yep, bookie's room. We assign it to the bookkeeper. Oop, there we go. And then go back upstairs. And hope the Mace Dwarf has not been bit yet. It's true. I thought I saw Sword Dwarf coming. Hello, Sword Dwarfs? Hello? What's this? Berry Seed Bag. Militia Captain. Huh. Hopefully they can actually fight. Oh, there's the Sword Dwarf. I just missed him. Chop, 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 chop. I feel like I should make this person the militia commander. Fighting that way. Terrified in conflict. Must fight on. Must press on. Heavily bleeding. Enraged terribly. Feels nothing. Just fights and fights and fights. Let's read a little bit more and see what happens. Read our Mace Dwarf especially. Bashes the zebra again, bruising the muscle, bruising the lung. That's great. Is it true that archery is nerfed in the Steam version? Timber, I'm not sure. I'm sure someone in chat can help you on that. What seems nerfed so far is that we're all struggling to figure out how to make the archers pick up ammunition. Apparently they're not picking up ammunition from boxes right now. So we have our archers coming in and swinging their crossbows like they're hammers. A stray puppy has been slaughtered. How'd that happen? Because it's faint and heavily bleeding, and because our troops are winning like absolute superstars, I'm going to just put the game on normal game speed and watch this resolve very quickly. Is that that? Is that that? I believe that is that. Mission accomplished. The enemy has died? Or turned back into a human? Yes. Silbathraconio's mutilated corpse. So we've killed a werebeast for the first time ever. Now, I need to make sure we don't have any bites on any of our characters here. They're all in perfect health. Well done, well done, well done. So we can go ahead and cancel the orders on both of our little troops, return them to their lives, and I suspect it's the case that butchering this beast will do something kind of interesting. That went really well. I think we got a very lucky thing to have a werebeast with poor kinesthetic sense. It just missed over and over and over again. That's first rate, I do believe. Now, the items up on the ground here belong to our poor, defeated little friend, who will be able to remember forever as a hero. So I'm going to unforbid these items here, and then we need to go downstairs and make another tomb, unfortunately. We also need to free our civilians from the burrow. Cool. There's still 2 assigned. I keep being like confused where these come from. I pushed none on both of them. There's still 2 people apparently stuck indoors. But if I scroll through, no one is stuck indoors. So question mark, question mark, question mark. What's going on there? Okay. Down to the pits. Here? Good. This is the place where we've previously buried people. For some reason, this person has not been correctly placed inside of their coffin. There is a coffin there. It's just stacked backwards. So would I need to remove the coffin and put it in again for them to be put there correctly? Or I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, what we definitely need is to dig out a new one in memory of our poor lost bookkeeper. I'm doing chopping trees. Why are we not chopping through minerals? Because I'm chopping trees. Okay, so definitely we're going to make this a nice big room again and a good name in memory of the bookkeeper. And are there like shelves I could put in there to remind the bookkeeper of his books? We could move his table and chair down there also, so his ghost is a place to sit eternally, considering what is in the room and count how many walls there are and how many people come and visit him. That's nice. Our big room's sustainable in the long term. So far, so good. There are a lot of levels, so we can fill all of them with rooms if need be, but it's a fair question. I really don't know for sure if it's sustainable to continue making large rooms, but I've had a fun time. I think that counts for a lot, so we'll see. Is this my lowest level? Yeah, level 30, I believe, is the lowest level we've dug so far. There's aquifer in this direction, and I believe there's aquifer in this direction also. Let's hi-ho, dig some dolomite. I see the alert up there. We'll get it in a second. And hope we can find some coal as we go. I want that to be level 2, so it gets done after the Tumba. Okay. The outpost liaison's here. It's autumn. It's autumn, friends. We have an opportunity, finally, to buy some coal. Long have we waited. That's going to be amazing. It's going to be really, really amazing. And after a little more digging at this level, I'm probably going to go down again. Maybe to level 25? We're getting very close to having no blue sky left on that right-hand side there. We'll see. We'll see. We have 4 big angry people now. We had only 3 as of a few minutes ago. So I want to see who changed over. If it's a child again, I just don't care. Oh, it's not. It's an adult. This is our first angry adult we've seen in a very long time. So what's going on, brother man? It's raining. I feel bad. He's afraid reliving trauma. He feels gratitude being rescued. I wonder where he's rescued from. No idea. Agalolio? Aguilolio, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Tell me your thoughts. Uneasy after not being able to pray. So how does this work? We have an unconsecrated temple. Like, it's equally open to all people of all religions. Is it the case that this person is just not getting there in time? Or is he someone that refuses to pray, or what's going on exactly? I think he may be the person who lost his feet rather. And he had an infection in his knee. This is why we're making soap, this guy in particular. Not quite sure how to fix that, but it's the case. And yeah, left foot is gone, right foot is gone. So maybe he's just moving too slowly through the base. Now, I think we made crutches for him, but I don't see him using the crutches. So maybe we didn't make crutches for him. Let's see where it is in the grand queue and move it up if necessary. Yeah, make 10 iron crutches. Just hasn't gotten done. So we'll move it up quite a bit. We could set it as a one-time job also, just to ensure it gets done straight away. But I'll move it past anything else that looks irony. Oh boy, too many iron things. Okay, I believe that is all the iron things, except for the iron picks. Now, that this is on top here. It's when there are fewer than 2 picks available, make more. So that has been done already. Iron mechanisms. Those were made in the machine shop, not at the forge thing, the blacksmith shop. Melt metal object is done at the smelter, not a problem. Okay, I think iron crutch at the top now. It should get done presently, perhaps. We'll see. Has the were zebra been cut apart? It is not. So I know I marked a forever job on butchering animals. Can anything be done with a were zebra corpse? Or is it the same as like a goblin corpse, where it can't really do anything but hang out and decay? Because it's got to be covered with like were zebra leather, which sounds better than other leathers we have. Okay, down to here again. They are digging, just slowly. Can we eat it? I worry that might infect us with the were disease. That's pretty high level for our bookkeeper. And I realize there's lots we can smooth inside of here also. However, there are also things we can smooth on this level. These 2 early offices definitely need some care. You recall a moment ago I was trying to figure out why that character was so angry. Because we established that he's just literally dragging himself around the base with his hands without being able to use his feet at all. I think we understand why he's angry. Once he's got his crutches, if he's able to get around a little more effectively and go meet his needs, I'll feel a lot better. We'll see. Imagine a fancy were zebra cloak turned into a human leather cloak for most of the month. It would be an absolutely amazing magic trick, and that's all I really care about. It's over here. I want to unforbid. Size for goblins. I wonder why it's there then. Like, there's no way in which a goblin got down to here. I think. Does the game have euthanasia? I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, the game seems to have just about everything you want to try. The merchants have arrived. Hello, dwarves! I need to move some goods there. I think we made some trade goods. They were bracelets and rings, I believe. Those would be finished goods in bins, probably. Also, we do have scads and scads and scads of bolts, but I do want to keep those until we figure out the bolt situation with our own folks. Alright, I'm going to sell some of these extra mail shirts. So just a few of those. I think someone told me yesterday that this symbol here, the parenthesis, means these were imported. Now, does imported mean that they are just brought to the map, not created locally? So can they be imported off of our enemies' bodies? So I definitely didn't make copper mail shirts. I haven't made anything out of copper yet. Lots of food. So if we need more money, we can always bring more food up. The beds, of course. All right. So we have some rough gems. I believe we have some finished gems also, unless we're using them to decorate. I can't quite recall on that. An armor bin full of, what's this mean? Oh, it means items in there are forbidden from export. We're not allowed to export any shields right now. Though there are items that I do want to sell. Some trashy items. Okay, cloth we keep. I kind of want to sell some of these wood bins. And move more and more to just using metal as bins. The gem bin with 72 finished gems. Now, because we don't have lots and lots of gems on our map, it's a fairly limited number actually. I wonder if it makes sense to hold on to these and use them for decorations. The most expensive ones we have are 400. Again, we'll check and see if we need more money before we bring those out. Here, a value over 10,000 potentially. Does this have the trade goods I made? There's an iron crutch. Go use that iron crutch, please. And iron bracelets, yes. These are the things we're making to potentially sell. Oh, and a very, very fancy hat, rather. I want to use that for decorating somewhere. I don't want to sell that. Majority of the value, though. Okay, despite my desire to make a whole bunch of trade goods, we may have made just one trade good, that one iron bracelet. But we'll go ahead and drag this entire thing out just to sell that. Any other finished goods? Why can't we sell shields? What are they going to use against us? Those are just mugs. Fine, fine. Finished goods again. Hey, water skins! So it should be the case that my soldiers will equip those. So just leave those inside, hope they find them. I do worry they'll only find them if they're on the ground. That seems to be a recurring theme here. So much honeycomb. We haven't used honeycomb for anything yet. I assume that honeycomb can be eaten, yes? May have to turn on cooking with it. Like, earlier I said we didn't have any iron crutches available. Now we suddenly have a ton of iron crutches. Maybe I assumed because the fellow without feet didn't have a crutch, there weren't any crutches. Which may just be false. So, we have to figure out why that guy is not using crutches instead. Coffins, also no exports. Our leader knows full well that these need to be used to remember the poor bookkeeper. He's getting a very fancy one. It's only worth 80 money, but very fancy compared to my other stuff. So many boots, so many boots, so many boots. The wiki says you have to press honeycomb. Okay, I don't think I've seen a press yet. We'll see if I can impress you all by finding it somewhere. I often wonder if those of you who've been watching for a long time know when a certain kind of joke is coming and know exactly what that joke will be. I suspect so. All right, we made a whole bunch of statues also for improving our base value in certain rooms. I guess I could sell them if we need to, but you do know what's coming? Yeah, I suspect so. There's sort of kind of predictability about Old Resorty here, and that's just fine. I don't mind you all knowing me very well. Okay. We got some stuff. Is it enough stuff? Who knows, who knows, who knows. But we'll see. Have we made more dolomite stones? This was one of the big things we were looking for yesterday, is to make quite a few more walls out of old dolomite. And if not, we need to work on our hauling some more. 8 dolomite blocks. That may be not quite enough. They're getting close, though. So I'll use those and then force people to pull giant stones up instead. And I'll get rid of one of those and put some doors in instead. Like a pair of well-worn shoes, my jokes fit just right. Yeah, I suspect that it's the same kind of thing that my grandfather would do when I was a kid. Like, my grandfather had, I don't know, 5 or 6 jokes he would tell over and over and over again every time I saw him. And I can imagine meeting someone new who would tell the same joke over and over and absolutely hating it. But because it was my grandfather, and because I've been hearing these jokes since I was, I don't know, 4 years old, I guess since birth probably, like they were very comfortable and nice, even though I knew exactly what they were every single time. You know, they're often like jokes about 1960 computers. So, must be inside. Okay, so the table can't live outside, is be roofed instead. Now, it is not possible for the dwarves to get to this level because the walking area is too above. So I may need to make a little ramp up for them to make their floor there. We'll see in a second. Time for diplomacy. All right, the liaison returns once more. This is new. Merit deserves a reward, and I come empowered to establish this colony as an official land of the realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? So this is choose our own noble. Or stay independent. So I think I understand why one would want to stay independent. That way you don't have to deal with more nobles. But it seems really fun. Yeah, let's definitely go ahead and join the big dwarf family personally. Or intentionally. What good news. Someone gets to be a baron. Can I leave this and come back? I can. Good. What are the skills that are useful for being a baron? We do have one baroness already. If I could look at her and see what she's been improving, that might be very, very useful. Or we could just choose our mayor and take him from being merely the mayor to instead being a wonderful noble. So, what have you been improving as a human? She conducts meetings. Probably her social skills. Maybe not. Maybe not. She's been working on being a student, it seems. And being a teacher, maybe. Do nobles not gain skills from doing noble work? Is there noble work? I don't know. Choose one with easy preferences. So I don't really know about preferences at all. I've kind of ignored that entirely. Okay, it's worth going through and find someone with that. Make the footless guy a baron. Laudadio, I like that so much. It's a good idea. The footless guy has given more of himself to this fortress than anyone in history. So yes, let's have the noble guy become our leader, our local baron. Is there a way to find him without looking up in the militia page? I don't think so. This is a very good idea, though. So you will no longer be part of the militia. It's Unib here. Hello, Unib. Legendary Bone Carver. Adept Axe Dwarf. Cannot stand. Has no feet. His neck bears the marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. Ooh. I hope he continues doing his bone carving. Though I'm not sure we have bone carving set up for anything right now. As a child, high willpower, doesn't believe in loyalty. That's like a bit of an issue for a member of our community. But what are your preferences? What kind of things do you like? Like kimberlite, fine pewter, honey yellow beryl, grimling leather, mountain goat hoof, giant eagle parchment, the color goldenrod, war hammers, crowns. We have a crown. We have a crown we can put in his room. And rabbits for the ability to burrow. When possible, he prefers to consume one humped camel, turnip wine, and giant kangaroo's milk. Hates bats. So, of the things I just read, the only one I've seen, or only two I've seen, are warhammers and crowns. So, worry that eventually he'll ask us for things that we cannot give him. But that's okay. We'll make this work. Don't you worry, team. And maybe we should give him a private temple. The people that he cares about. Must be with family and friends. All you have is a child. Okay, so his name was, what is it again? was it Unib or Inub? Inub? I think it was Unib with a U. The direction. And we're definitely going to retire him for the militia. Unib, U-N-I-B, Isithzol. Cool, let's do it. Udib, tricky. Unib, the bone carver. There's much to share. Fancy. What would I like for next year's caravan? They charge more. I do not care. Please give me coal. Bituminous coal or charcoal or anything like that. Or just wood. We could ask for just a bunch of wood. What is coal? Is it an extract? Lignite would work also. Okay. There's no search box here, is there? Is it a stone? Bituminous coal. Please bring me that. And lignite. So lignite can be smelted down into something coal equivalent, at least. Why on earth is this not alphabetized? Okay, I didn't see lignite in that giant pile, unfortunately. So maybe it's not a stone. Maybe it's something else. I'll look through again one more time, just make sure I didn't miss it. Phyllite. You Phylitestein. I definitely didn't see it again, so I think it may not be there. Maybe it's too heavy for them to bring. Okay, so I think we're just asking for bituminous coal, and then we'll make it work past that. And I wonder if there's like a straight coal somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. Unless it's miscellaneous. It is! Oh! Please bring me the finest of charcoal. That's all I like for now, I think. Sure. Alright, so double price on both of them, but they will come for sure. They would like us to bring them crutches and armor. So, we already have a bunch of armor being made, and we have some crutches already also. So, crutches and armor. How do we remember these? Our mighty axe dwarf. Armor failed on his feet, and so they were removed, and now he uses crutches. So we're going to export armor, crutches, and feet. Perfect. Alright. Masterpiece iron mechanisms. Good stuff. Jim, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Okay. So has that fellow been immediately made into a baron? He hasn't. Or I'm just not seeing it. A barony? And that's all. Okay, so maybe he'll be elected or appointed to the baron next year after the dwarf guy goes home. lets the king know, and then comes back. Interesting. All right, bring me the traitor. And then while we're waiting for him to become a baron, we can still make a baron-based room for him. And this is what I've done for a baron previously. I'll do the same kind of thing probably down here. Yeah, maybe just on the edge of the mountain could be cool. We'll give him a little glass window eventually. Haven't made it any glass yet. That can't be smooth. I apologize for marking that. Let's remove that one. Check again. Nope, still not a baron. I don't know. I don't know. Did we finish digging out the room here? We did. Cool. So I want to deploy a coffin in this room. A very attractive claystone coffin. Be fine. Okay. Duthel-Laresh and surrounding lands been made a barony. So we are now a barony, a baronet, something like that. And I assume now Dude Man Guy is a baron. There he is. So Unib is our local baron. Stodir is a baron who's hanging out with us too. We need to hurry along with that for sure. Once the coffin's here, we can then turn that into a tomb. Good. I guess we could give him... Yeah, let's give the Baron a separate home that's much, much closer to the temple. Is there a way I can get Mist to drift into his bedroom also? Or if I open this up, will the temple leak out? No, it doesn't work that way in this game, right? It doesn't work that way at all. The temple is what you set with the zone. So yeah, let's give our war hero Baron some Mist as well. And we can see that this spot here has been engraved, but this one hasn't. We can mine that out without upsetting the engraver. So we'll go down the hall just a little bit. Let's do 1, 2, 3. And I know he needs a study in which to receive people. I also wonder, will my Baron eventually become a higher rank? So maybe we should preemptively make especially large rooms for him. So I'm going to do a triple wide room into his study. And yeah, let's make the study as if it were a grand throne room. And see what happens. How grand should a grand throne room be? Let's go like that. And then there's a middle spot right there. So I'll have a little dais on which he sits. And then behind that will be our secret passageway as usual. It will lead off to his bedroom. Now, of course, he is on crutches, so it feels very, very terrible for me to make him hop his way all the way down. All right, and then off the side here, we'll put his dining room. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is the middle right here. And maybe I want to have a larger hallway this way. I don't know. All right, so we'll have then a smaller size dining room. And when I say smaller size, you know what I mean. It's still upsettingly large. 2. Okay. Off of that will then be His Majesty's bedroom. Okay, so this. Oh, wait. The part where I said I need to have a mist falling in, I completely forgot to do that. I was planning to have his bedroom right here. So let me quickly change this before I forget to use why I put the room here. So cancel all of this. I'm okay with the dining room still being over here. And I'll have a bedroom that runs along the side and hopefully gets mist inside consistently. We got to invent glass so we can ensure that no one climbs through and defeats the Baron straight away. Okay, so off the backside here, he'll immediately go into his bedroom. Put a door right there. And let's find here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 above, so 3, 4, 5. And then from there, we'll attach to the dining room. Maybe. Maybe. Now I'm just sleep up in the mist. And hopefully that won't wake him up. We'll see, we'll see. Happy digging. Best of luck. And I don't think we have especially grand doors right now. We'll use the best ones we have right here. And then as we get Masterwork doors, I'm going to replace the ones that are here with more and better consistently. Cool. Cool, cool. This room is supposed to be for my archers to train up on their arching. Dwarves for heavy sleepers. Does that mean they don't care about the mist while they're sleeping? And so I put something else there instead? So that goes. Because I know people said that mist makes them happy. I don't know if it's seeing the mist, or if they have to actively use the mist, or have it touch them, or what exactly. Do I have more claystone bricks? I do. Like I said before, I want to now retire the Baron from the militia. Okay, Unib. I'm going to replace you with someone else who does not have an important job. Maybe a mere peasant would be fine, and we'll trust the peasant will get leveled up sooner or later. Trapper, mechanic. A peasant! Hello, peasant. This peasant's already a permanent hauler. I don't want to take him away from that job. What was Unib's job before he became our Baron? I wish I knew. So I'll pick this random fish cleaner to take over. And is he set up with the same jobs as other folks? Let's see. Equipment. Yes, he has please get dressed. So hopefully we'll find the same clothes as everyone else. Some people do now have water skins. So they'll bring drinks with them along the way. Amazing. We have some problem with pants. Now, okay. I'm not seeing any pants inside the area where they should be equipping themselves. We'll try to figure out why in just a little bit. Oh. I want to give the Baron a direct path into this temple. Or we talked about giving him a private temple. If I give him a path into the main temple, we'll have to destroy an etching. Let's give him a private temple. Now, unfortunately, it won't have the waterfall. We could find a way to kick all the peasants out to make them live in this little temple area here while the noble gets the big one. But no, let's instead... Yeah, let's definitely instead make this area a temple for him eventually. Now, as I say all of this, I also recognize that I should probably ensure that someone brings food to him. If not, he'll have to walk downstairs by himself to get the food. We'll figure out how that works in just a little bit. Okay. If it's not a masterpiece engraving, they won't be that mad. Okay, we do have a legendary engraver who I think did the majority of the engraving. And so we'll see what happens. Oh, we actually only engraved this section here. So this section is not actually engraved. But there is a very attractive one here that has the Cog of Glory. I only engraved the front side. Cool. Also love that the grizzly bear is following my captain of the guard around. My captain of the guard does not have any armor on. That feels weird to me. So maybe I should make the captain of the guard a militia leader and give them their own like guard team. I think I assumed that a person we appointed to that position would like go find some armor, but seems like no. Seems like that's not happening. One more thing to figure out eventually. I'm now wondering, is it not possible to have 3 doors in a row? Because I tried to put one in a moment ago, and it said needs adjacent walls. Now there are 2 adjacent walls. We'll see what happens. If it doesn't work, we'll just put a stone in the middle instead. It does not work. So you can have 2, but not 3 doors, as of right now at least. We could put in a drawbridge. We could put in a drawbridge that there's a lever for inside by his desk, so he can secure himself inside of his hidey hole. And if someone is disloyal, we then smash them. That feels a little ridiculous. Maybe at some point we'll do that, but for right now, I'm just going to put a wall up. I do love the idea, though, of our leader being an evil genius who hides himself away. Okay, then fill this back in also. A drawbridge for the benefit of the nobles, new one. I haven't had bad experiences with nobles yet. I think most of you who hate nobles in this game have had really difficult and awful things happen. I just haven't at all. Like, they've been totally cool, totally kind, have asked to refuse exports on things I don't really care about that much. There's a stray peahen wandering freely. Also, the mayor demanded a construction of something just now. But why is there a spare head? Oh, we got more pops. Too many pops, too many pops. Alright, so check out the peahen first in the zone upstairs. Dogs. The elephant's running free because it's a combat elephant. Cat is also. Puppies. So the named ones are pets, I believe. But yeah, stray peahen, stray horsefoal should definitely end up there. I think we may have peahens and horses, or peacocks, I think is the general word, and horses producing babies right now. So the leather industry is turning on. Now also, all of our items are here. So let's do some trading and see what we can get. Yeah, see what we can got. They have some really fancy gems. They also have some glass. How do glass walls work? If I take this glass right here, can I turn this into 2 glass tiles? Or do glass walls need something else? Peafowl is general word. Thank you, Sally. I appreciate that. Peafowl. Nice word. Alright, they have scads of wood. I would like their wood. More ropes, more good, possibly. A little toy boat for the kiddos. Gotta love that. Bismuth bronze battle axe. So I know I've seen bronze items before. I've never seen I assume that bismuth is a mineral in general. I'm not sure on that, though. Steel breastplate. We could give that to our commander. Or perhaps the captain of the guard should wear that, looking all fancy. Let's see. Bunch of bags of gosh who knows what. Cloth. We'll probably come back for the cloth as usual. Giant cheetah tooth amulet. If only I could hang that upon my giant leopard, jaguar, whatever it is, to suggest that it is the true master of all cats. Bismuth bronze is the same strength as bronze, but it's more valuable. Got it. Is it a stone you can mine out, or is it like the smelting together of tin and copper and bismuth? Tin and copper bronze? I think so. I have suspicions. Lots of fish, lots of plants. Oh, nice. Haven't found the coal yet. It'll be towards the bottom if we do in fact find it. Giant axe blade. Does someone need a giant axe? I think they might. I think someone said yesterday there's a way to make traps also. And so I wonder if that giant axe blade can be used to make a trap. All right. So they don't have any coal. We are getting their wood, and so we'll just use that wood to turn into coal. Now, we're actually buying very little currently. And I don't think having either of these would help us because it's just the one bar. I think I said earlier we were going to look at boxes or bins of cloth. Something I'd like to have. Just keep the industry of clothing going while we do not have that much production of such things. Should also look at their seeds, I guess, and see what kind of seeds might give us cloth. Okay. We'll see if we have enough money for that. So there goes some dwarves. There goes some shirts. There goes some helms. I do not want to sell the fancy crown, which has to go to our baron in a moment. Yeah, earlier someone suggested that there was no reason to keep broken clothes because they weren't that valuable. As of right now, 90 money feels pretty valuable to me. I'm not sure if it actually is, but it still feels it. We need to press the honeycomb still. Got to figure that out a little bit later. These ones, which are also broken, are much less valuable. So maybe it's whatever that was made out of was especially valuable. But I'm not sure. Also, what do the yellow ones mean? Does yellow mean it's of higher craftsmanship than plain white? I think I noticed level of craftsmanship before by the little blip here, asterisk or line or whatever. I do not know what gold means yet. We're not quite at the level of profit where they will necessarily accept this trade. I'd prefer not to let them choose from all of my junk. Because last time that happened, they asked for way, way too much stuff. But they have a profit now of 761. How is that not enough? I'm giving you all of my finest trash. What do you want? Alright, so a value of 2,000 I'm buying. And they have a profit of almost 1,000. They claim that we're legendary adventurers out here, and nonetheless, they want to absolutely abuse us. Is 1,000 profit enough? Okay, right. 983, they're good to go. So we trade that. Awesome. I have no idea what I just bought. Whatever it was, I'm glad we did it, though. Trader, go away. We got some stuff. Cool. Hey, Sim, good seeing you. Okay, we need one more door here. I believe we have plenty of doors still. Right there. All pretty low quality, that's fine. And then once that's done, this will still not count as indoors because we have no roof there. We'll make a tiny little ramp up. Out of whatever's fine. And then from there, we can go ahead and roof this area. But for that, we need more dolomite blocks. So the question of the dolomite blocks, as always, is focused right here. So there's claystone, there's limestone, but there is no dolomite. And we still have lots of magnetite piling up everywhere. So we should definitely look into the question of the dolomite. Are you making ash? Ash is being made. Ash is being made. Soap is not being made yet. It was ash into lye, and then lye plus tallow is soap. Where was the lye being created? Okay, lye is happening. I have no idea where it's happening, but it is indeed happening. And then, is the ash not a permanent job for everybody? Wait, is make lie a permanent job or no? Architect, you can't seem to raise your population significantly and don't attract any migrants. You're near 3 with 30 people. I don't recall how fast ours came, but I think we had 3 or 4 seasons in a row with no one joining us. I don't yet know the mechanic for how you attract people to your base. Maybe someone in chat does. So if you do know how you can get people to join your base, please let Architect know because, like I said, I have no idea, frankly. And we had a couple of years of a huge amount of people showing up. Make lie is there. Oh yeah, Ash has made it this thing here. And I don't think I would have just put a single job in. So I'm going to trust that that's getting done elsewhere. If we run out of Ash, I'll do it somewhere else. So time now to create the soap. And what I know so far is that tallow can be used for cooking, but I don't think I know anything else it can be used for. Oh, let's make ash. I still didn't scroll down all the way, unfortunately. Okay, so I know of nothing else that uses lye or tallow other than cooking with tallow. So what I'm going to do is set up a make soap anytime there's available lye and tallow. So if there's 1 lye and 1 tallow, then go make me a bunch of it. Architects may not help at all, but I suspect there is like a Reddit discussion somewhere on how to get people to join you. So you can maybe search that, but I'm sorry to say I don't really know how population works yet. What I do know, though, is my people want more bedrooms. Eternally more bedrooms. I will save the slightly nicer cabinets for our Baron. And we talked some about the issue with the dolomite block making up here. This is IKEA. IKEA makes furniture. This is Soviet Blockhead. It makes blocks. There is someone assigned to it. It's Udal Tithalwo, etc. So what is Udal currently doing? And it may just be dragging things from very far away. Yep. Things from so far away, unfortunately. Okay. Maybe having another person assigned to permanent hauling would help. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Let's check out building up here. I think what's kind of slowed down my building is just the lack of consistent stones. Oh, would it be a good idea? Oh, why did I not think of this just now? Instead of having our poor block maker carry the blocks all the way to the workstation, why don't we make the workstation where the blocks are? Resorty, you fool. Wait, no, but really. Okay, if I just dig out a whole bunch of dolomite and set the workstation right here, like they can absolutely positively just go and eat somewhere when they're... What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Okay. Zergut. This will be so much better. As I said previously, I occasionally get stuck on the one solution to a problem and don't recognize that like we can think through other ways of solving things. Goodness gracious. So I would like to copy these actually. I don't think that's possible though. Or just move this whole workstation with the orders coming to. I don't think I have a button for that, unfortunately. We'll get to that in a little bit. I believe the coffin's been placed down here now. It has. So we can do a zone, a Tumba zone. And this is for our bookkeeper who died while fighting a were-zebra earlier. That's not quite right again. I'm going to remove a little bit of that. Got to be just right. And we'll call it the death of accurate counting. The counting crypt. I like that more. Excellent. And so hopefully the bookkeeper will get buried there presently. Like I said before, I'd like to give him a table and chair to sit and count for all of time. And a lower quality one is fine. Oh, don't barons require a personalized tomb also? I think that's right. We gotta make sure that gets done for our new baron. Okay. Check on that again soon. Is my trader here still? No, my trader's good. The ramp up has been made now. But to get bricks for making this, I need to make the bricks. We could use something other than bricks. I want to match, though. I don't think I have enough of any kind of wood to have that match, unfortunately. Let's see if that's true, though. I'm fairly sure it's true. We're at a place a floor out here. Oh, you need to start on the edge, actually, don't you? Try one more time. So if I were to put a floor along here... Huh, no access there. Okay, so what did I do wrong? Unusable olive wood log upward slope. Okay, what I thought was happening here was this ramp would allow us just to ascend to here. But I guess that's not how it works. We should just build a staircase instead, because I understand how that works. The ramp has to be more than one level. Oh, okay. I assume it was like stairs. Cool. Good to know, thank you. Yeah, I figured if you're going up a bunch of levels, a ramp would need to be longer. But just one level, I thought maybe we're working a single one. Then you need a wall behind them. Okay, cool. Let's just build a staircase still instead. Or, yeah, we'll work just fine. Yeah. Okay, that's a ramp. Build the stairs. Okay, starting at this level. Up we go. There you go. Bloodthorn logs. Wow. That was important to us. Can't imagine how terrifying a bloodthorn tree or nethercap tree will be. Names like that, I just get a little worried. We'll go ahead and use, I guess, just pieces of limestone. Have fun with the long walk. Okay, and then speaking of limestone, we've been filling in some level. This one here with limestone blocks, one at a time. Okay, and then I'm hoping it's the case that my miners have begun... Hello? Hello? I thought we had bricks left. Guess not. So I hope it's the case my miners have been digging out at this level here. Getting access to dolomite. Amazing. So I want to make a brand new workshop over here. Now let's move this from place to place to place as stoneworker, as the other one's been cleared out. So I'm going to throw it right in the middle there. And then we'll move the jobs to there in particular. I'm going to destroy this one, or actually I'm just going to stop this one having an independent worker. So you stop working there. And that person's name was you with something. I don't quite recall what something was. Okay, back upstairs. Do we have nice thrones? Like, oh, some gems in the wall. Can I leave the gems in the wall to be super attractive? Can we smooth gems into the wall? That feels very, very lucky, but like it looks really cool. I think I'm gonna leave those. I hope my leader loves them. Okay, that's the table for him. Good enough. A chair behind. Good enough. More doors also. This looks kind of garish now. The dolomite wall and doors with the claystone. I might change this out into claystone 1 so it looks a little bit more regular there, but we'll see eventually. Let's actually recess this door. I think it'll look much nicer. I love when I say things like this will look much nicer in a game that is, in principle, kind of ugly. But it'll look much nicer, I swear. So this is dining room. I know he has particular items he needs as well, like coffers and chests and so on. Oops, it's a bed. So anytime we get a pop-up now that says, oh, we've made a masterpiece level whatever, we'll probably go ahead and throw it into this area just to help Buddy feel a little better about himself. Okay, throw a pedestal up to show off that grand crown. I'll just put it in the middle of the room and hope nobody steals it. The nicest bed we have. Anything higher level. I assume that plus is higher level than minus, but that really is just like a pure assumption. Okay, I believe he does need to have a cabinet also. Corner, I don't know, alongside there. Cool. I believe it's chests as well. Let's see. 2 chests, an armor rack, and a weapon stand. Weapon rack, armor stand, whichever way it is. There. And the corner just below. Nice. And then a couple coffers as well. Ooh, yeah, he definitely gets the fancies of the fancies. Oh. I think all of that will be all he needs to have his basic needs met. We'll start assigning them to the characters. One thing to do is to get rid of part of that temple area there. Characters can walk on diagonal between these rooms. Is that an issue? I do not know. Alright, well, we'll definitely erase this a little bit, which I thought was cool initially, but so there is mist inside of the Baron's bedroom now. I'm going to make a new one, which is a bedroom for the Baron. It needs more doors also. And perfectly, so this is the Baron who is a war hero and is missing his feet. So what would be a nice name for any of these rooms? For a bedroom, rest, footstep manor, tippy toes, something, soul, the foot locker, that will work fine. It's where we start at night. My apologies for the cruel jokes at his expense, but he'll definitely understand. All right, there is the Baron. Glorious. Then the same thing with his study hall. Soul study. Sign the same. His dining room looks kind of pathetically small by comparison. Also, there's gypsum, isn't it? Yeah, let's get rid of the gypsum. Looks weird. Yeah, we may end up making the dining hall larger. He may complain about its beauty. Baron buffet.
be assigned, doesn't it? Yep. I believe he has all the rooms he needs now, except for a tomb. And so we'll dig a tomb down this direction, and then a temple for him up that direction. The door goes there, and there. Taking a little bit. We'll say right here is fine. I may put some altars in there for him to enjoy his thoughts on death. Some gems right across the way. Can I actually smooth gemmed walls? I can. Okay, I'm super, super curious now if the gems will be destroyed in the process of my smoothing. Can't wait to find out. Also, all this flashy always throws me off. Like, why are you flashing? Please stop. Alright, good luck to you. Best of luck. Our local Baron has made his first decree. Local Baron, what you got, boss? He says, thou shalt not export crowns. Oh, interesting. We knew he was a big fan of crowns, but he wants to keep them all for himself. Also, Udib wants us to make 3 battle axes. So the mayor is making demands, as are the barons. 3 battle axes are needed. So we go down to this floor. And we just straight mark those, get them done straight away. So weapons, iron, battle axes, forever, 3 of them. And we'll check back in a moment and make sure that forever is not really forever. Okay, the dwarves have suspended construction of a downstair. Someone probably walked in the way there. Hey, more migrants. Up to 130 population. So who are the new folks? It's a ranger. Cool. The ranger's probably going to be good at, yeah, Marksdwarfing. We could potentially replace someone else in our Marksdwarf team to do that job. What are your skills in combat? Just Marksdwarf, novice climber, yeah, kind of a new person without too many real skills. 107 years old and this is all you got. That's a little embarrassing. How have you been spending all of your time? What will people think? Meditate on volcanoes! Exclamation point. I don't know what purple means. There are not enough cages and chains, it's frustrating. So the captain of the guard would like us to make them a prison, I believe. We can do that in a moment. As I say about so many other things. In just a moment I'll do ... Who else is new here? A milker for our cows, presumably. That's all. So this time only 2 people seem to have joined us. Great. Welcome, welcome. I should go make at least like 2 more bedrooms. If there's no prison, criminals just get beaten to death. So I haven't gotten any pop-ups about criminality. I'm not sure if they're happening all the time. I just don't know it, but that seems pretty awful. This is now here. Dude man's making some doors down here. It's actually not what I want you to do. Instead, here I would only like you to make blocks. Beating dwarves to death. I think I get overly attached to my dwarves. And so I don't want them to get beaten to death. That seems terrible. But maybe I shouldn't care about them so much. Maybe it's a little bit more ant farmy than that. As the individual ant dying, it's fine. We'll definitely get more ants in the future. Alright. Hopefully the dolomite blocks get made again very soon. I would also like to set up here other kind of block making, but I'll just do that for now. And then someone was set up to focus on stone carving. it was Oodle here. So Oodle should just be making stones forever. Now, I just saw something I don't like seeing, which is in the engraving job, Old Burr is locked down to just engraving. And that's fine. Like, he is legendary, and the other kid's helping him out. But I think Burr should also be doing stoneworking. I think he's not half bad at that. Yeah, we definitely want to add him back to that. I think I took him off of this job because I was worried that he... yeah, I was worried that he was not getting any engraving done. We'll take him off of stoneworking in the future if he isn't getting the engraving done. Are you really sleeping there? Very strange. Okay. So, the bedroom. What's this? Rotten dog meat stew on the floor. I'm sorry? Dumid Urus Rigoth, the woodcutter, has thrown a meal on the ground made out of one of our finest puppy dogs and let it go bad. What? What? Absolute shenanigans, that. We have too much magnetite. So I need to make a dumping area where all that magnetite will go to live. Let's go up one floor here. So this is the area that we're intending to eventually connect to a tavern, which will be right here, I promise. But for right now, this can also be a dumping area. So let's just dig out a little bit of a space in which to really just throw down piles and piles of magnetite. It's not too far away from where our smelter is, but we may want to make a smelter up here eventually also. So let's just make it, yeah, a giant room of throwing things on the ground. Hey, quick, Ben, good seeing you. Yeah, that's going great. We had what have we had today so far? A were zebra attacked us, and we defeated it. One of our poor dwarves was lost to it, but our mace dwarf fought fiercely all by himself for quite a long time. We did recently assign just a peasant to this group, and so I should probably make sure at least that peasant is training regularly. Also, why do you have no pants? So, are there no greaves available? There are no greaves. Cool. Wait, 1 second. There are greaves available. So, including one that's named. What's that? Well-crafted iron greaves. So it's nothing especially amazing, I think. It's just named because the person cares about it, possibly. Okay. So, for some reason, Dude Man is not getting the pants on. Now he is. I don't know why changing that fixed it. And a bunch of people have not found backpacks yet, despite the fact that they do have backpacks in the world. So I'm going to update again and see what happens. Seemingly nothing. Ongoing issue with getting people dressed in this game. It has the Dukes. Oh, I did it again. I keep doing this. I forgot to smooth the floor before I put down the tables and chairs and such. They're unsmooth underneath. Alright. Oh, cool. So you can leave gemstones inside of the wall and then smooth them. That looks amazing. It's bright. Gems shine from the walls where they've sat since times past. The farmer who is sleeping at the door of the Baron's room. That's a little bad. Hello, who are you, stray alpaca? Alright, presumably some new alpacas and other animals joined us with the recent refugees. Once more to the pasture they go. We may have a breeding pair of alpacas now also. Named. A stray water buffalo, a stray alpaca. Perfect. And we're thinking about animals, so I'm interested in inviting other animals to be part of our base's leather supply. Okay. Goodbye. That's a foal, I'm sorry. Puppies, not horses for now. Have we figured out the fat issue? Okay, so make lie there. There is soap. Dog soap. Used for humans, though. So is the hospital getting soap? Splints, crutches, soap. Also, the well is dry. Okay. One second. I thought we had this figured out. I thought we knew what we were doing. Why is the well dry? There's 7 of 7 water at the bottom. Team. So this tile right here says 7 of 7 water. If we scroll up, we hit the well. The well is dry. Now, does that mean we've not spilled water all over the well? Or does that mean we cannot get water from this tile? Check I have empty space all the way down. Alright. We can definitely try that. So it's this tile. Open upward slope. So this is a channel, I believe. Is channel okay, or do I need to go through and dig out the hole over and over again? But this one is not open space. It's an upward slope instead. Upward slope is wrong. Okay. I'm glad that was easy to discover. I wonder why I did that then. So we channel there instead. And there's a downward slope here also. Hope this fix it. Glad I thought to look. Awesome though that we have whatever that was. Awesome we have blah blah blah. Soap. Okay, I want to get rid of this little spot here. And now we can get onto roof level. Cool. And then hopefully from here we can start putting in a little bit of flooring. Good friend, Dolomite. 4 blocks still. Something is weird still. Maybe just not enough time has gone by. Maybe that's all it is. So we have 5 cranky people now. Big crankies. One of them is our Baron. Right. Our Baron's issue has been he can't pray to people. And so we want to fix that. He also needs decent quarters. I'm sorry? You don't like your bedroom? It has a waterfall in it. And gems. Which are truly, truly outrageous. So what quality is his bedroom then? I can see on his Pageo nobility. He needs a decent quarters. He has a quarters. Okay. He needs a tomb still. We're working on that. Alright, so I want to smooth this spot. And then this becomes a tomb. So we throw... Actually do the smoothing first. Having our Baron be the one cranky person is perhaps not ideal. Then we make a area of temples here for him to use. And I know he wants to pray to multiple people. We gotta make sure we find a way to only let him go in here, make the little people go pray out this way. Except they can cut through this corner still. I keep noticing that. I think of putting a block right here so that the leader gets access to Mist and no one can come in through his wall through the corner. Funny, funny, funny. No coffin goes down yet. That part's done. Swell. So now we want to put a pedestal in the middle. We have statues also. I keep forgetting we have that. Let's throw a statue of him if possible up. And his bedroom is his cranky spot, so... I don't recognize his name as being his name, so it's some other important dwarf who will surely inspire dude. Hey, cool, more gems. I actually prefer the door to be at the hallway level here. I have no idea why I prefer this, but I do prefer that. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go and put this rock here just to stop what looks like silliness to me. Probably good to have more secret passages and such throughout the base, but not ones that look dumb. So we'll make our temple look dumb in exchange. Maybe we could put like 2 iron walls. They look cool. I've never seen an iron wall before. So put one on each side here to allow our people to focus more fully on their devotions. Yes. I'm going to put a coffin here now also. Right in the middle. There is no real middle. That's close enough. And looking like you're kind of fancy. Okay, so who does the Baron want to pray to? This didn't make more battle axes. I think I marked 3 of them. I think it said made from forever, and they're just not quite done yet. Get back on that soon. So, profession. Show me the nobles. They are. So you want to pray to Onal, Reg the Gloved Tower, and Omat Button Splinted. Are dwarves anti-cremation? I actually do not know. I think they want to be turned into battle axes when they die. Where's the worker for here? Because there are dolomite chunks right here for her to use. Very close by, somewhat intentionally. And I have no idea where she is. We'll figure out in just a second. And then this is a giant digging area just to find more dolomite. Okay. This is the captain of the guard's room, correct? Lincoln Study. Why did I call it Lincoln Study for captain of the guard? Oh, right. Because of Walt Whitman. Oh, captain, my captain. Abraham Lincoln. Right. He wants a cage in that room, I believe. And chains, he said also. So what is a cage? There it is. Cage and restraint. Could comparably be used for justice also. I don't know if tin's particularly good for that, but we'll see. And then he wants a rope and or chain also. There's probably a proper dungeon room somewhere, but for right now, let's put it in his office and hope he's cool with that. Ha. Miner's been stung by a honeybee. And Achaea. That's a fancy crown. How on earth did a bird just steal an artifact? One second. I want to say shenanigans on this one. How on earth did a bird steal an 8,000 money crown? Sneaky, sneaky bird indeed. Have the items not been pulled off the table? Okay, these things that are here are not my things. I definitely did not buy or sell those. Are the merchants stuck again? Is this gonna be the second time the merchants are stuck in my base? Why are you this way? Yes, so once again the merchant is stuck in my base. That's the first thing to say. Is it the case that because the merchants are stuck in my base, the items I took out to sell have been left outside? Okay. Note to selves, we need to have the trading area be inside perhaps. I was so excited to put that crown into our Baron's home. So we'll have to destroy the trade depot again to get rid of the merchants. Because we got the pop-up that said they were leaving quite a long time ago. I just don't understand under what condition. Oh, are they leaving still? No, that's my buddy. I don't understand under what conditions they get stuck here. Like, what happens that makes it happen? Is just not clear. Ah, it's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I bet someone's gonna be really angry that that was stolen. Do we still know of it? Or is it just gone? I'm pretty sure it wasn't this one. And for crowns. Huh. Okay, so maybe it's the case that the crown has been removed from the game entirely. Strange. Okay, wait. Nope, that's the other crown. I'll probably steal that from the Baroness and give it to my other dude instead. That one's probably gone. Okay. Annoying. I wish I had a clear sense of what exactly happened there, but it was supposed to live here. So, yeah, there's only one crown now, and it's the one that previously belonged to the other Baroness. So we'll move that to there from here. And so what do you get instead? I don't think I have any free artifacts right now, which needs something to show off. So I can give you like an axe or something. Headwear. It's not quite a crown. It's still pretty fancy. Give her a drawbridge. I like the thought. We'll give her this masterwork iron helm to show off for now. She's not our Baroness. She's some random lady hanging out with us. Okay, as the earlier question, where are you, Udil? Name, please. She's socializing. Having a lovely time chit-chatting. Instead of doing her labors, I'm sure she'll come do her labors very soon and make all this dolomite into blocks, and then we have no problems ever again. All right, we also marked to dig out here in hoping this is just a magnetite storage area to clean up the base somewhat. Now, of course, that means we also need a limestone area to clean up all of this. All right, if we keep digging out, we'll have enough space for both limestone and magnetite, and there'll be no problems ever again. We'll check back again soon. Did more dolomite blocks get made? And we had 4 previously. So we'll start with the 4. And we have 4 still. A perfect start. Okay. How do I ensure that the things that are in this trade station are not mine? This item is being traded. I'm guessing that means that it belongs now to the traders, not to me. By which, with which I want to know, why is my fancy helmet able to be stolen? Because I thought we were told earlier that Kaz couldn't go through the hatches, and so it had to be stolen from out here. Maybe someone was carrying it and they had it grabbed from their hands. Whatever, fine. So I think everything in this thing now belongs to the merchants. And the merchants have made it to here. Drawbridge is open. Not sure. So we've got to destroy this and then break it all. It wasn't a bin that was brought to the trade depot, Kissel, yeah. Sal, rather. That may have been a mistake to bring out here at all. But if I break this thing, the dwarves get cranky with me again for stealing their things. If we don't break it, though, the dwarves will just hang out here in the base forever. This is a bug that I have to say is like kind of annoying, because I know how to resolve it, but it feels bad to resolve it that way. Whatever. What have we found down in the pit? Tell me the story of the pit, please. Just more watery stuff. And plenty more dolomite. And more magnetite. So we're seeing the same kind of rocks over and over in this level. That's fine. Like, definitely love dolomite. I'm going to go ahead and dig down deeper. I'm going to go from level 30 to level 25. And surely we'll not regret this decision. So, from here... 25. I think at some point today, I want to go so far deep, which I guess is level 24. So one level lower than where we're digging is when you lose the blue sky on the right-hand side. But this is already deeper than I've ever been before, and I can't wait to see what comes of that. Speaking of things I can't wait to see, there was something else I just recently did that I wanted to check up on. Well, let's go ahead and check. Delighted to see that we do not have hardly anything in the farm plot. So Pigtails is showing red. Does anybody know why Pigtails is showing red here? Does that mean it grows best in the autumn, possibly? We have no plump helmets. How'd that happen? I'm pretty sure we weren't cooking with plump helmets. We were only making drinks with them. Red means wrong season. Okay, I thought things didn't even show up if they weren't the right season. But, okay. Having no plump helmets feels pretty bad. It means it's too late to plant this season. So we can plant the other things that are listed, but not the ones unlisted. Very cool, thank you. We still have plenty of drinks coming in, despite the fact we have no plump helmets. Interesting, we'll see. Interesting. Okay, so in the stone floor, this side will be all and only magnetite. So it's the magnetite magnet stones, but none of those, only that. Cool. And then limestone will go here once they finish digging that. Where are you? Where are you? Can't keep looking on that, or else I'll get more and more annoyed. Have we fulfilled the demand of our bear? He wants 2 more battle axes. Now, thought I said make battle axes forever. That may have fallen off because we ran out of something. But try it again. Iron, not armor. Weapons, there we go. Iron battle axe. Again to the top. Again forever. And we'll check on this again in a second. Or maybe I should just watch it while it gets done. Though I didn't follow my my crafter over. We'll check back on that in just a few minutes. Okay. She's a fancy helmet there now. Is the Baroness still happy enough with her room? Yep, she's good. However, still have some dining room problems and the tomb problem for the local Baron. So, the tomb problem can now be set up as a tomb proper. Baron's final rest. Perfect. Oh, you can put deceased pets here. I had no idea you could do that. Maybe if the Baron has a especially beloved pet, he'll bury it there instead. Alright, he now has all the rooms he needs. However, he does not like his dining room very much. Understandable, there's really nothing in there. Does he have all of the other items he needs, though? He does. The tomb apparently is not quite grand enough either. So can we see how much more value it needs to become grand? Looks like no. So in guild halls, there's a little magnifying glass you can click on that shows what more you need value-wise to become what you want it to be. Walls already smooth, floors are smooth also. We can just throw some items there. Or this part's not been smoothed yet. Or we can make like a placed floor and then attempt to etch it. I've been told that helps a whole bunch. So, put down a little bit of flooring. Out of wood or something. Okay, anything I have a bunch of woods of. 7 birch logs. Might be the best we can get. Up to 4 more dolomite blocks. The dolomite blocks are finally showing up. Or I can inlay with just straight limestone all the way around. Let's do limestone all the way around. Or better yet, do limestone on the sides and then something else along the front. And this will be the story of the Lord himself. Okay, I think I had some appropriate wood to use. Birch. Cool. When that's done, we'll then engrave all of those. See what happens. Okay. Hopefully he enjoys the little crown there. We know that our leader loves crowns, so hopefully he enjoys seeing that one. Hey, it's another merchant. So a merchant has gotten stuck inside somehow. Oh, what do we do, folks? What do we do with the merchant just standing here? I like to imagine the merchant is going to have a quick prayer before heading out, but that does not seem to be the case, unfortunately. Okay, like I said before, I would like this area to be my trade area as well as my tavern area, and maybe another temple also, we'll see. Oh, it could be cool to connect this this staircase, which I'm thinking is like the visitor staircase, to the temple area. Yeah, I'd like to do that very much, in part because my militia's here also. Speaking of which, I've mentioned the militia thing 1,000 times by now. I'm finally going to actually do this. So this room is for my ranged militia to train. Cool. And so I would like to have an archery target. I'm not quite sure how these work, but I hope it's the case that we don't accidentally shoot one another by putting up these archery targets. Okay. And then I know we need beds in here also, and cabinets, and coffers, and armor stands, and all the rest. So we have 10 archers, I believe. It needs more beds made. That's fine. If I go and mark this as a barracks, tell me what else it needs? Okay, so it's going to be archery, crossbows, bolts, string, shooting, distance, fly. Okay. Fly like a dwarven eagle. Perfect. It's assigned to the mighty bows of the mountain. Okay, they're going to sleep there and train there, and store their stuff there. Cool. Oh wait, I don't think I want to store ammo here, because I've been told that it's troublesome to get out of boxes right now, so I don't want to do that. Okay, so they have a barracks also. Awesome. Need to put coffers and cabinets next. Good thing you've given up on archers altogether. They are maddening in trying to get them to select the correct things. Absolutely ridiculously maddening. We've been trying the floor thing. It's kind of working. Wait, why is there an ammo bin here? I thought I said no ammo allowed. No ammo allowed. I have. So no bins are allowed here, and yet a bin. So there are a lot of bolts on a bin. I don't know why. Oh, annoying, annoying, annoying. Okay. I guess we don't need armor racks here necessarily. But they might look nice anyway, so let's go ahead and add a couple. We gotta work on the ballista eventually. And the catapults. We can do our own anti-siege fun. Do I think Dwarf Fortress is similar to teaching? On the one hand, I want to say literally everything is similar to teaching. Sure, why not? I would not have immediately made that comparison, no. How is Dwarf Fortress like teaching? I mean, I can give like some absurd metaphor, like, in this game, I tried to respond to the needs of the individual dwarf in the same way I respond to the needs of the individual student. But this really does feel forced. I definitely think streaming is like teaching, 100%. But no. I mean, I think there's like a certain amount of analytical work that one does in games like DF and in teaching, but it feels like a slight stretch. Yeah, fairly sure it feels like a stretch to me, unfortunately. Looks like blocks are actually factually being made around the base again. Hopefully my inclusion of a greater number of stockpiles has helped with that somewhat. I don't know what game Dwarf Fortress is most like. Not what game, sorry, what job Dwarf Fortress is most like. Probably something to do with logistics management. I knew a guy years ago whose entire job was making sure that there were enough hinges, bolts, screws, things like that, inside of a factory. Like, he did not care what they were made into. He did not care what they were made of. Just they needed to be there. And so I think he often contracted with other factories to make the pieces that he needed for his factory. And this job sounded so unbelievably boring to me, but it made him happy. Like, he got a lot of satisfaction out of knowing he'd done a good job when he can walk into the storeroom and see all these full shelves because of him. The game might be a lot like IT management. Maybe. I think, I don't know much about IT management or IT jobs in general, but I bet any management job, right? We have a bunch of people who do a bunch of subtasks, and you gotta make sure they're all doing them and not quitting. Have we managed to give the Baron what he wants yet? Oh, closer. The tomb still needs improvement, as does the dining room. Okay. So this button. Fancy gloves. Keep it on the wrong floor for this Baron, because there are 2 Baron areas now. Also, we make a limestone zone now. Great. They're probably not the same size, but don't worry about asymmetry. It's a part of what keeps the world nice. Okay, limestone. Put the limestone in the coconut. Perfect. Stones. People are saying they're thirsty. We have 57 drinks. But they are, in fact, thirsty. Hope they're off to get a drink now. Okay. We have more claystone to fill this in. We have one claystone. Maybe more soon. Maybe. Okay. So if I want to improve this room, like, etching is the obvious thing. Same with here. I put the floors down for it to etch them, and so we'll go ahead and knock out the etching on these. And I may do the area right around the coffin eventually also, but for now it's fine. And then I'll etch the walls through here also. That should make our leader happy. As before, though, the only real issue is what happens when I go this way eventually. So I'm not going to etch just this one spot here. We can have additional hallways later. Okay. Then we'll mine out all of this as well. 50 may be low on drinks. Okay. I know I have 2 stills. I just haven't done terribly much with them after setting up the initial jobs. Okay. There are people working at the stills. One is sleeping on the job. What is the actual work queue for drinks? Process plants. Yeah, so we brew 200 drinks if there are fewer than 20. Apparently it's saying there are fewer than 20, even though there are more than 20 here. So that seems strange. Okay. This might be one of those cases where we should go ahead and harvest some plants just to make sure we have things out of which we can make some drinks. But yeah, food's going really, really well. Drinks not so well. Possibly because I keep running out of seeds. I know folks have said that you don't get seeds if you cook with things, where you do get them if you process them into drinks. Whenever they make a new type of drink, it gets enabled for cooking by default. I bet that's the case exactly. I always try to look at the page here. So I guess I don't want to use. Oh, this already says don't use. So some of them are gray, not relevant to cooking. On the drink side, yes. Yeah, we don't have that many drinks. So I wonder if the other ones have been consumed quickly via cooking. Seems very, very likely. But thank you for thinking of that. I should have known that myself. Perhaps the dwarves will get stuck drinking water. This is fine. And we may want to have a third. Still, if we see everyone working it, not quite working out. Okay. Talked earlier about putting more beds in. Want to get rid of the magnetite, but for right now we just need bedrooms. So let's do some of that. And someday we'll turn this into all beautiful and good dolomite. Got 9 doors. Awesome. I think I have a bedroom just slightly to the north that does not have a wall on it. Yes, that is true. Okay. I think we have blocks again. Let's see if that's true. 6 of them. Perfect. Okay, and are the ones that are finished already marked with bedrooms? Almost. So one more to add here. I think that's unfortunately all of them for the time being. Yeah. Okay. So, where is the person who should be working here? I see she's marked as a ranger. Is she part of the militia? If she's part of the militia, I understand why she's not here. Her name's Udal T. Did I assign someone in the militia to make rocks forever? No. No, I didn't, actually. Is she out there hunting, maybe? She's watching an animal caretaking demonstration. So she's locked in onto woodcut or stone cutting forever and always. However, she's decided that she wants to take care of animals. I believe that our characters have a need for learning, so I shouldn't mind that terribly. And yet, I do mind a little bit. I do mind just a little bit. We got some legendary engraving upstairs. Ooh, a dwarven child is withdrawing from society. Oh boy, edgy, edgy kid. Edgy, edgy kids. Where's the legendary one? It was a wall here, maybe. Yes. The Roomy Rhythm. Engraved on the walls, a masterfully designed image of Burr Flag Brigade. You're a Burr, aren't you? Are you him? Oh, you're a different Burr. You're Burr, Larith, etc. The Dwarf and Dwarves by Burr. Oh, I see the by here is the artist's name. Burr Flagbridge is surrounded by dwarves. There relates the appointment of the dwarf Burr Flagbridge to the position of militia commander. So the story of our people occurs right there. Okay. Hello, child. What do you want? A forest. He has that. Cut gems. Skeletons. Leather. Okay, I know we have bones outside, but anytime they ask for skeletons, I immediately kill a dog. And this will give us fresh bones for our lovely little friend. Alright, hello puppy. Off you go. Square blocks, we definitely have those. Oh, no, this wood here is actually part of the table. It is not the wood he's looking for. I suspect we have all these things. We may not have any leather. And hides. We do have leather. We'll come back and see in a little bit if he finds things he's looking for. I think I might need to use a burrow to force my stonecrafter to stay down here. I don't know. Look at all that dolomite. Scads and scads and scads of this stuff. Dog has died. Glorious. He's out and about finding stuff. Good kid, good kid. Screaming wildly about gemstones or something? Going for, buddy? What you going for? Rummaging about in the stockpile. Little buddy is carrying some goat leather. How's the soap industry? It is done. As we are functioning with making soap up here. Lots and lots of dog soap there. So ash is turning to lye, and then lye plus tallow is making what we want. This is our Baron who's missing feet. Does anyone know how I force him to use crutches? Will he only use crutches if he's missing his legs, not his feet? Because we definitely have crutches. We definitely have them available in the hospital. But for whatever reason, he's just dragging himself around, walking on the stumps. A diagnostician needs to recommend them. Okay. Is that a hospital job? Oh, maybe a hospital a little bigger. Let's do that real quick. And should probably add more fun stuff to the hospital and smooth it out, etc. What did I just do? Add bit by bit by bit. Not quite the preferred way of doing this, but it's fine as long as it works. And then do we have a diagnostician here? So we just have a doctor assigned. What's his injury? He was fighting some goblins, I think, and they cut his feet off. I don't know how, but it's amazing. We have no powder for Cass yet. We gotta fix that. Oh, I think I assumed the number one doctor here would also do other jobs. Maybe not, though. So, may have to, like, directly... Oh, he can only do one. Huh. Okay, so maybe the chief medical dwarf should be the doctor, and then someone else should be the diagnostician or bone doctor. But yeah, unfortunately, only my chief medical dwarf knows how to do all this. Doctor will also do diagnostic work. I'll assign someone else. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, patients have lost use of their legs due to short-term injuries or permanent motor damage or amputation. Okay. It's none of those exactly, and I've lost him again. Oh, here he is. So he is getting around, just very, very, very slowly. Yeah, he's, I think, missing his legs below the knee. And he still has his infection here. I was hoping to go to the hospital and clear that, but no luck. We'll see if we can assign someone to help the doctor here in the hospital. Do some surgery, some diagnostics, etc. Okay. Who is doing an inessential job? It's very rude of me. We have excess farmers, I do believe. So you spent time with the animals, now you spend time with the doctor. I feel very strange making anyone the surgeon other than the chief medical dwarf. So we'll have someone else do the doctoring and hope it works out. Right. I don't think we need multiple fish cleaners and dissectors. There's a lot of fishery workers also. So Dukim, I choose you. Better medical task than before. You need anything else, boss? Still wandering around looking for stuff. Fine, fine, fine. Okay. Other things on my list of things to do. Man, still at 60 drinks. Concerned with the drink problem. Let's check the kitchen again. Make sure that no drinks are being consumed. It's apple cider. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Is there a food and drink here? Yeah, there's cheese pots and meat barrels, so they have food and drink available. A snatcher! A snatcher, a snatcher, a snatcher. Luckily, someone spotted them at a great not a huge distance. The mighty elephant has found it, though. So, it's time for us to fight some goblins once more. Hey, the merchants are still here also. 1, 2, 3. Cool. We could close the drawbridge, or we could just make the militia come beat them up. They may run away now they've been spotted. Also, maybe the merchants will assist us here. So, militia, y'all are ready. Deploy, deploy. And we'll see if we can get the ranged folks to do some good, finally. Elephant is scurrying along. Elephant's hungry. I mean, eat some grass then, that's fine. I think the elephant may be going to try to eat a goblin. No one's here. The other one's like re-stealth possibly, or are they somewhere else? Oh, yep, they are most certainly running away. Good oh, there's actually a lot of them now. There's 4 now. So did that elephant, in fact, just scare away all those goblins? Looking pretty likely. This is the second current playthrough in which an elephant is the best part of our base. Yeah. She felt nothing other than a hunger for goblin blood. And the child is making an item downstairs. So we have another item to put on a pedestal very, very soon. Alright, militia, well done. I guess I should invite both of them to go training for a while. Do some staggered training for a while and see what happens. We do have one character who is quite new to the military dwarf life. I'd like to make sure that he is able to fight halfway decently before first real chance. Continue working on the roof here. Only 2 blocks, never mind. Okay, I may need to assign someone else to doing the stone making because my stonemason continues to be just not doing her job. Let's look for one more time. Her name is Udib of some sort. Udil. She's sleeping now. Look here, you. You better get to work very soon. Okay, delighted to say that our Baron is now in good shape. He has instead of a mere tomb, he has a mausoleum. Instead of a decent dining room, he has a great dining room. His study is a royal throne room. The one limitation is his quarters are merely decent, but that's pretty good. He does not want any crowns nor coffins, and Udib the Mayor wants 1 more battle axe. Now, earlier we said do battle axes forever and always, but for whatever reason that did not happen. So I just need 1 more battle axe, and that will make the mayor happy. That's fine. Okay, the digging up area, not totally full, but it's getting closer and closer. And drinks are going down. There are some drinks hanging out here. I want to move them inside of this area. We just gotta find a way to increase that substantially. Now, if I see both the stills are running, so we may not be producing enough for the number of dwarves we have right now. Let's go ahead and add 1 more still. Just farming, I think. And see how this goes. Yeah, because possibly we're producing as fast as we're drinking right now. Okay, I think more bedrooms got finished over here. Awesome, awesome. So we'll go ahead and mark a few more of those. Which I mean, 1 more of those. Nearly going to be a full moon again. I'll be curious to see if we get any were folk this time. Okay, and like I said, I no longer trust this character, so we're going to get rid of her. And I guess this competent stone carver, but this person's actually a legendary weaponsmith, so we don't want that. And it really is you. You are the one I chose for an intentional reason. Alright, never mind. I believe in you, Udil. If you make a fool of me, I'm not going to be too happy. You should be awake from sleep, finally. Making rock blocks. She's going to do it. It's happening. Finally, she is making rock blocks. It's been days and days in coming. That's pretty cool. Despite the fact we've met all of the needs of our Baron's rank, he is still upset. I talked before about trying to make a personalized temple for him that will allow him to worship all the gods he prefers. And then we'll see how his mood's doing. So this is the area I meant to cut out for that. Hasn't gotten done yet. So I'll set that up to a slightly higher priority. Hey! This is useless. A dwarven child has created Kolsamusen, a dog bone animal trap. He claims it's an heirloom for the family ancestor Sarvesh Tooth Pointed. Is it a pointy, or tool pointed, sorry, a pointy tool. The bone dog animal trap. You can trap dogs with dogs. Now, as a family heirloom, I actually don't know what that means. I'm guessing it means it was not given to us, and so we can't do anything with it. But maybe it means to like intentionally pass it down to his children or something like that. We'll see. Okay, this also is job 1, but it's not flashy. Our people aren't locked in a burrow. Feel like something is not working the way I think it should be working. Now, I'm assuming that non-barons are allowed to walk through the baron's study room. Oh, there we go. Yep, it took a minute to get there. I shouldn't jump to conclusions about it all falling apart. What is falling apart, though, are these items are not being smelted. They've been marked for to be smelted for such a long time. It just has not happened yet. Alright. We'll check out in a moment. Here, though, we need to have a few more beds. So we have 6 so far. We need to have 4 more then. That's exactly what we have. So now all of my archers will have beds here. I'm hoping they can practice their archery by standing right next to it, and they don't need a giant runway. We'll see soon, I'm guessing. Okay, hate to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and destroy the trade depot just to get rid of the merchants. And we want to watch to make sure that when it explodes, we don't claim any of those items. We'll smash them again underneath the bridge. And hope this bug doesn't happen again. I think it is, like I said, the most frustrating bug for me so far. I think any other bug that's happened, I haven't noticed it happening. Where this one, I notice it directly and just don't quite know what to do to fix it. Alright. While that's going, I said that before we ended today, I was going to make some progress on the tavern area. So I know for it to be a trade post, to get to an area, it needs to be 3 wide. I know I can't have doors that are 3 wide. So we could just dig this spot out and let the trade post be inside the mountain. Or maybe no one can come into the mountain, and so they have to like visit out here as a trade post, and we'll make a wall around it perhaps. But the tavern I do want to be inside. So let's just mine out 3 wide all the way down. You're pretty sure that 3 wide doors will count. So I haven't figured out how to make 3 wide doors yet. I'll show you that in just a second. So in the Baron's territory, here, I tried to make 3 wide doors, and the middle door said it was unable to be built. That need to be supported by a wall. So I had door, and then tried to place one, and it said, no, must have wall, unfortunately. Use a bridge. Oh yeah. I forgot that bridges function as doors. That's a really smart idea. Jack, thank you for the good thought. Or sorry, Logers, thank you for the good thought. I appreciate that. All of you, thank you for the excellent communal thoughts here. But yeah, we can definitely have a drawbridge there. Why I didn't think of that, I do not know. Okay, and so we'll say off in this direction will be our trading post, and then off in this direction, the tavern. So it's really hard for me to think effectively about areas that are this large. They can be turned into basically anything. Maybe one thing we should do is make a non-rectangular room for the tavern. I've made so many rectangular rooms so far, and then I occasionally watch other streamers who play this game, and they make these beautiful swirled rooms, and they make like pyramidal rooms, etc., etc. I get so stuck on the simple rectangle. But let's see. So let's have a nice little hallway going in. I don't know how long of a hallway, but nice little hallway. And then roughly here, we'll go ahead and have a nice big open drinking area. And then an area for the bouncer to check IDs right here. Oh, if we're going to do that, we shouldn't have this be drinking area. So only dwarves over the age 21 may go past this door. Or I guess it's 121. I don't know how old dwarves are supposed to be mature. Or part of the age of majority, I suppose. Oh, shoot. I did this once before, and I didn't notice I had done it until far too late. It was me meaning to increase the priority, not me meaning to mark literally everything as such. Alright, so big old drinking area. And then, as I said previously, I'm considering digging bedrooms off of the tavern. And I don't know if visitors will stay at our house. I think it's cool to imagine. So let's put a little inset here for our bartender. Maybe we need a stage also. Let's put a stage off in this direction. I don't know if these are real things, but they're at least for roleplay purposes. And a dance floor. Oh, it's going to be good. And then next to the bartender, there'll be a little door that leads to a staircase that will go upstairs into the mountain where people may sleep. So I want to put a staircase that goes from here upstairs to here. And we'll mine this out. Okay, so when I mine this out, I may need to put flooring in. I can't quite remember. I think the ceiling of this tile is removed when you mine out below. So we'll have to cover that up in a little bit. That's fine. Dwarves love the do-si-do. Perfection. Let's have much smaller rooms here. Guests do not deserve ridiculously large rooms. So, a little room for rent. Hallway then. We're not going to be one of those hotels that has a door between the rooms. Those always seem kind of weird to me. I guess it's good if you're wanting to keep an eye on your children. And is that gemstone? That's a gemstone. We should definitely dig for that at some point. That's marked from outside. All right, and then down the hallway we'll have like the master room. And it'll be, I guess, double the size. And it needs like a well in it or a spa or something. Gotta find a way to get some water in there for that room. It's the honeymoon suite. Alright, cool. So the tavern has been marked there. Pretty excited to see what happens. Also, more gems. Great, great, great. Whole bunch of jobs just failed. Did the iron battle axe get made, though? It didn't. How would the iron battle axe job have failed? He's making lots of other iron things. How are you not making an iron battle axe? Alright, we're just going to stand and watch him. Here goes little buddy. Little buddy is... I don't handle pressure well at all. I don't know. Someone else came to do this work. It's done. Iron battle axe has been made. He's allegedly happy. No coffins, no crowns, all good. Maybe some storage in the tavern for drinks. That's a great idea. Yeah, back behind the bar area, we'll have a Little storage room. Yeah. Yeah, that seems fun. Now, maybe I should have like a secret back door into the storage room. People can more easily fill it up without having to go through the front area. But I worry then people enter the tavern through that spot, so I don't want that at all. Cool. Cool. Presumably we have a whole bunch of dolomite blocks now. Do a tiny little bit. 3 of them. You have 4 of them. If I go downstairs and the person who is assigned to be working on making blocks is not making blocks, oh shoot. These items on the ground don't belong to me. And we're stealing them. Oh no. Oh no. Well, what's done is done. I need to restrict all of those. They're all trash. You may not have them. No. Okay. If I go downstairs, though, and my dwarf I assigned to work on blocks is not working on blocks, it's going to be horrible. I earned them. I did not earn anything. She is working on blocks. It's finally happened. She's hungry and thirsty. We had 85 drinks. So we did find the limitation of our drink production was entirely on not having enough stills. So let's add another still. I sacrificed reputation, but I didn't do it intentionally. I think that's what bothers me. Like, if I intentionally say, well, haha, I'm going to steal their things, fine. If instead I'm just like randomly doing so, I feel really bad about that. I mean, not bad, right? I'm not going to go yell at myself or anything, but I don't much like it. Okay, so I'm going to make a dumping zone here that's already there. Cool. So those get taken out there gradually, and then we'll smush them. I can't click on this box. Oh, that's okay, it's over here. So, unlock you. I don't know why you're there. If I accidentally take a carton of eggs from the store, I smash them. See, that's it. It's not accidentally. It's intentionally. But it's intentionally in response to a bug. Not intentionally like, oh, I want to take these items. I don't know. It feels not super great for me to have items that I do not want to have and then aren't a misfortune to have. Like, I don't want to have goblin invaders. Fine. I have goblin invaders, I fight them. But these, it's the consequence of a bug and that feels weird. I don't know. I think I will forever just wish this would not happen. Do the dwarves still like me? Eventually they will not like me, and perhaps understandably at that. Yeah, still at peace. Not best friends forever, but at peace at least. Last time it was elves, I believe? Something like that. I do like the idea, though, of someone accidentally stealing a carton of eggs and smashing them. I actually don't want to move that whole wall. Instead, we'll have just a little entrance here. This will then be the trade area. So I actually don't know if traders can be inside. Wait, they can. We'll see soon enough. Okay. Unfortunately, it is now 1 o'clock my time, so though I'm having a really good time and getting a lot of good stuff done, I think I got to bounce. I think I got to bounce for sure. We actually accomplished some things today. I'm frankly amazed to say we got our barracks functional. Now, have my archers picked up any arrows at all? Let's check and see. All right, so if I pull up the equipment page, we will see what they're carrying. You have a quiver, and in that quiver you have literally nothing. Glorious. Let's choose you. You have a crossbow. Or you're supposed to have a crossbow, sorry. And you have Literally no bolts. I don't get a team. Maybe tomorrow we'll figure out the mystery of the bolts. Maybe not. The mayor does not want us to send what out? Cabinets. He wants all his precious cabinets. All right. This afternoon, I'm going to go look at the subreddit and see if anyone has figured out what's going on with bolts, because I thought we'd done everything we wanted to do. The bucket is full. All right. Thank you to whomever encouraged me to remove the downward slope here. It needs to be a channel instead. But look at that. Down, down, down it goes. The well is finally full of water. And it's only filling this level. Levels above are just air. So presumably the aquifer stone is one of these. And it's just filling to that level. Cool. Okay, I'm going to go away now. If you enjoyed what you saw, consider throwing us a follow. If you didn't enjoy it, why are you here? But sincerely, I appreciate your assistance. I appreciate you hanging out. It's good to be here with you as always. Thank you for being a friend. Back tomorrow with Football Manager 2023. The day after will be RimWorld, and then we'll probably be back to Dwarf Fortress next week. So if you're only a Dwarf Fortress viewer, we'll see you again soon. Everybody else, tomorrow, football. Hooray! Hooray! Bye, folks.